Good afternoon. It's the Fit Lawyer ATL, and we are live. Sorry, I'm running behind. Literally 3 minutes before 4 o'clock, my computer popped up with something to install, and being fast trying to get off the screen, I mistakenly clicked all, and so let me do this. Look, struggle streaming already. Hold on. Okay, so that's what took me forever. So it had to reboot and everything had to open back up, and here we are. So thank you for hanging around. Y'all, we got some drama to get into today. We got drama, but I got facts because this is Legally Speaking with Fit. If this is your first time here, hit the like button, share the live so that we can get into the algorithm. I know that a lot of what's going on right now in social media world is about Nolan Wells. I do want to say rest in peace to Nolan Wells. I pray that they have a successful investigation and find out whatever happens in that case. Fit is not covering that case yet because as a 20-year criminal defense attorney that is still practicing, I need the facts. Okay. So I just really kind of stay out of the everyday something's changing. We got some pictures, we got some video, we got some audio. Like, I just really like to get into cases when I can get the documents, we can go over them. So that is when I'll jump into the Nolan Wells case, when there's an actual filing, when there's an arrest, when there's a warrant issued. That's when we'll jump into the coverage. As for now, I have been tuning in to a plethora of people on YouTube just to kind of keep up with what's going on. So, there's a lot of people that you can listen to kind of see what's going on. But I do hope that investigation just gets to the truth, right? We don't know what happened there, but I just really hope they figure out what the truth is in that case, and everyone responsible if something illegal did occur is held liable for that. I did hear that Ben Crump and a legal team that he has teamed up with in Mississippi, they have filed, we call here spoliation letters, where you send out notice to sue and put people on notice to hold all evidence that could exist in their possession, so that when you do file a lawsuit and start filing subpoenas, they'll have that. And if they destroy it in between receiving your notice and the lawsuit going out, then there's a presumption that that evidence could have been something that would have been against them, and you can use that in court. So that's kind of what's going on legally there. I know that the investigation is still going on. I have heard the audio that's come out. It does sound very suspicious, but once again, right, people are pulling the audio apart. It's just a lot of hypotheticals. So over here, Legally Speaking with Fit, we like to jump into cases when we can actually look at the documents, which is what we will be doing today. Y'all, I don't know, I'm in Atlanta. I stay in DeKalb County, but I'm literally right down the street from Fulton County, where all of this legal drama is going on with Big Tigger and his wife Alicia Brown. And someone posted on Facebook a couple of weeks ago, one of my friends, like, oh, I wonder what's going on with this update. And I kind of heard like a little blurb, right? And when I said what I heard, she was like, oh, we already know that. And I was like, wait a minute. Okay, well, I thought I had the latest tea. Let me go digging. So that is how I started just kind of going through the court dockets and pulling documents. And it is very unbelievable what all is happening in this case. So I'm glad you all are tuning in. As I said, hit the like button, hit the share button so that then we can get into the algorithm, and we're going to get into the tea. If this is your first time here, my name is the Fit Lawyer ATL. I am a 20-year criminal defense and personal injury attorney here in Atlanta, Georgia. I am still practicing currently, so that's why I'm not able to be on YouTube daily, because I am in court with my own cases representing my clients. But when there is something that I can really dig into and really interest me, then I do focus, and that's why I'm here. So I see a question from, and shout out to Happily Angry Lawyer. We are working together on the Antonio Sledge case. So shout out, buddy. He was here way before we even started today. So thank you for tuning in. My four girls 363 says, hello, Fit. Before you get started, the state did not answer Carmelo's motion. They have not, right? I'm still been waiting. I feel like Carmelo's motion was filed on July 7th, if I'm not mistaken. So I still feel like they have some time, because his deadline was July 9th. So I believe Carmelo's motion was filed July 7th. The state usually has 30 days to respond. So that would be next Friday. So not giving up, still hoping that the response will come. So if it does and when it does, and the state said they were going to respond just because they have issued a statement, right? So, but I do think they're going to follow it up with some legal documents. And if they do within the next week, we will be here. And also, FIT is planning on covering the hearings when they occur in court, because they have been set for court for August 19th and August 20th in Texas. So I do plan to be there to cover those hearings as well. So I'll be reporting back if the state answers or not. I will follow back up on this case and be in person for those hearings. So thank you so much for your question. Jay Witt podcast in the house. Thank you so much. He says we need daily FIT. FIT needs money to pay her bills. Okay, so it's a transition period, right? Because you're a big time YouTuber over there, Jay Witt. You've been on the YouTube streets for a long time. So my baby YouTuber. So that income is just not going to supplement right off. So are you offering to take care of it during that transition? Do I hear that? What I'm saying? Let me start a GoFundMe. Who wants FIT on daily? I need some help, right? Because we got bills. I'm still paying student loans from college. So, hey, not yet, but eventually that is the goal. So as you come into the room, hit the like button, hit the share button so this can get into the algorithm, because as I was saying earlier, we're really hoping and praying that they do a solid investigation on this Nolan Wells case. I'm a hopeless optimistic. So I really am hoping that all of the things such as holding the lungs back from the autopsy mean that you're doing an extra forensic investigation on that. I hope that the audio that we have heard that people have broken up and that kind of shows that maybe something was going on this boat outside of panic of sinking, that maybe we can, figure out really what was going on. And to me, bigger of the audio than the background noises was the fact that when the dispatch person tries to connect the call to the captain, he's like, I literally just hung up with granddad and he said they didn't need help anymore. They're working it out. Like, how is that happening simultaneously to Wyatt making the call? So that's the little suspicious part to me. So, hey, hopefully they'll figure it out. They'll get into it. They've had the call longer than we have. So hopefully the police are on the right track in that case, and whatever happens, happens. All right. So Jay Witt podcast, shout out to Jay Witt with a $10 super chat. He says daily FIT fun starter kit. I love it. All right. I love it, Jay Witt. Hey, let's run it up. Maybe we can get FIT on YouTube daily, because there is tons to cover. I did watch a body cam that Jay Witt sent me the other day, and maybe we'll jump on and cover it, but it's some interesting stuff going on. So thank you so much, Jay Witt, for that super chat. I greatly appreciate it. All right, y'all, without further ado, we are here today to talk about Tigger. And Big Tigger has been on the air. I think he's been like in the entertainment industry for, I believe, about 32 years. I remember Big Tigger back on, I think it was The Basement, I think was the name of his show, back in the day on like BET and stuff like that. He's been a DJ. He's been on air radio here in Atlanta for several years at V103. He's from Maryland. So he has been, in the hip hop industry for a very long time. And he has kind of, a lot would say a squeaky clean record, right? We really haven't heard any drama from Big Tigger. We haven't heard about him getting arrested in the past. He hasn't gotten caught up in any scandals. I think Superhead might have mentioned him in her book back in the day, but like I didn't even remember that until somebody reminded me. Like, that's how uneventful that kind of was, right? So he just really kind of has had a squeaky clean record. He used to date Rudy from the Cosby Show, one of my sorors here in Atlanta. So, just kind of squeaky clean. But that reputation has fallen recently, right? And very quickly. He is no longer on the air. He has not been fired from V103, but I believe he is just on a leave so that he can kind of deal with all of his legal drama. So while the legal drama is pending, he's off the air, which means he probably has taken a step back from some other activities. I have season tickets to the Falcons, and he has like this special section that he DJs in front of at the Falcons games. And so I don't know if he'll be there when the season starts in August or not, but there's a lot of drama that he has to clear up. Also, his wife has a lot of drama that she has to clear up. She's still in jail right now in Maryland as we speak. So I'm going to go through all of it. Look, I got all the documents. I got TPO documents. I got arrest warrants. I got police reports. I have bond conditions that's been, oh God, there was an emergency hearing that was filed by Tigger's attorney, and she put a lot in there. So, and it's some of the stuff she put in there. I was like, I don't know if we want to put that in there, but we're gonna break it down. So I am not going to read every document to you because we probably would be here for like 10 hours, but I am going to read the juicy ones, break down the legal stuff behind the scenes, kind of what's going on, what's next. There's a hearing August 3rd, next Monday. I will be in attendance. So I will come back after that hearing and tell y'all kind of what happens there. And just, we're going to go through everything. We're going to go through the wife's current arrest that she is still in custody for and her arrests from back in the day. When I was kind of telling some people about this live and just dropping some little tidbits, everybody was floored by the information. And it's just really surprising, right? Because Big Tigger's this big. I found a video online today was I was prepping for the show that talks about how he got his name. And I'm going to pull it up because it kind of didn't age well. And I wonder if using his name is going to be an issue, kind of going forward with everything that's going on. So we're going to get into it all. All right. So drop your comments in the chat, your questions as we go through everything, and I'll come back and answer them. But I don't know if you all remember, it was like June 6th, 7th, around that time, there was a video that dropped, and that kind of got everyone's attention that anything was going amiss, awry, or whatever wrong in the Big Tigger household. Okay. And I am going to pull that video up and share it because I want to just walk you through the timeline. All right. Let me see the best way to share. And y'all drop her one in the chat. It's on mute right now, but okay, tell me if you can hear this video because I know I have to share them a special way. Let me know. Oh, and I'm trying to make this bigger. Okay, can y'all hear that? If you're watching, drop a one in the chat if you can hear this audio. It's kind of like whimpering voices, but let me know if you can hear it. I just shared on you all's end. All right. Got 24 in the live. Somebody put a one in the chat. Y'all can't hear it. Put a two if you can't hear me. Let me know. Let me know. Do I need to adjust this? Can y'all hear the sound? Let me know. Let me know. No, Jay Witt says no. Okay. So thank you, Jay Witt. I think I need to share this a different way. Let me see. Maybe I need to share it as a video. Oh, no, that's definitely not it. How do I share this? Okay, stop sharing the screen. No, that is not correct. Let's see. I got a lot of videos to show y'all, so I hope I can figure out how to share this. Okay, maybe I have to go directly to this Instagram. Let's see. Let's see this way. All right. I know you can't hear it now, but let me see. Now, tell me if y'all hear that sound. I can hear it, but I need to know if it's broadcasting to you all. Can you all hear that? Put a one in the chat if you can hear it. Put a one. I hope you can. Y'all hear it? Friend crying. Let me know. Christian, can y'all hear that? I know what I need to. Let me get it. Yes. Okay. Y'all can hear this one. All right. So this was the first video. It was posted by Brown. I'm gonna let it run again so you all can see it because it's kind of small. I don't know if I have to make it much bigger. I'm sorry. Trying to make it bigger. Looks like I'm. Okay, so she posted this video, and it's hard to read, but there was a caption that says, "Someone asked my husband about my face," and she tagged Francesca, who works at the radio station with Big Tigger. Now, at the time that this video dropped, she worked at the radio station, but at the time that the incident occurred that led to this, she did not. I'm going to pull up another video because this one kind of blocks some of the injury. So let me stop sharing this one. And I am going to bring up the next video that shows it. Okay, this one shows the injury better. And I wish I knew how to make this video bigger, guys. So as you can kind of see, there's a nasty, nasty scar above her left eye, I believe, and stitches have been, she got stitches on this injury, and she's just crying in this video and posted, right? But as I showed you the other clip, she actually puts the words up of, you know, someone asked my husband what happened. She doesn't say my husband did this, or, you know, she doesn't give any more detail, but she just kind of drops a subtle hint, right? Ask my husband what happened to my face, and tags Francesca. And Francesca works at B103, was Tigger's on-air co-host. And as I state, I believe she interned back with Tigger like a long time ago, and they kind of kept in communication. I think she's like looks at Tigger like a mentor. And so they kept it to communication. She got hired in April and started air into May 11th was her first on-air date. So she drops this video, and then everyone goes crazy, right? They start speculating, oh my God, Tigger has done something to his wife. What's going on? And it's the day that this video drops. After that, he's no longer on the air. It goes like 2 or 3 days that he's not on the radio station, and people are just speculating what's going on, because at this time, I've been arrested for this, right? It was a Ring video, and then it was the Mr. Tigger video, and they were separate incidents, okay? So this video, the injury that I just shared, comes from this video. Let me find, I have so much pulled up for this show because it's just so much that happened. So let me make sure get the Ring video. All right. So I'm going to try to, this is a black and white video. TMZ released this video. I'm looking at it now on Hollywood Unlocked. And I am going, let me turn the sound on. It's going to repeat, and I'm going to play it a couple times because
take a picture. Alicia, stop. Take a picture. Alicia, stop. Get off of me. Get off of me. Get off of me.
Okay, so it's replaying, and they've blown it up even more.
There you go. Never plug it back up. This is yours.
I am bleeding.
This is yours.
I'm bleeding, so take a picture. No. Take a picture. Take a picture.
Alicia, stop.
Take a picture.
Alicia, stop.
Get off of me. Get off of me. Get off of me.
Okay, as you can see at the end of that video, and I'll go back to it and kind of narrate a little bit what's happening, because this video was released first by TMZ when they, you know, shortly after Alicia released her injury video. And a lot of people were kind of confused. They were like, oh, it seems like Tigger's tussling to get his stuff back. She got her hand on his stuff, and they just couldn't really understand why he was being charged. But we're going to go over that because I'm going to show you the law, because over here, Legally Speaking with Fit, we break down the law and we show you the documents and we explain it so that you don't have any questions. And then when your friends say, oh, it went better, you can say, because I heard Fit and she broke it down, and battery is this, and that's exactly what's happening in this video, and that's why he was arrested, okay? So I'm going to go to the warrant that kind of breaks down how this played out, but I want to go back to the video and break it down, and then we're going to go to that warrant. All right, so and remember, TMZ plays it twice, so when they zoom in,
There you go. Never plug
break
it
it
back
down
up.
and do commentary.
This is yours.
I am bleeding.
This is yours.
I'm bleeding, so take a picture. No. Take a picture. Take a picture.
Alicia, stop.
Take a picture.
Alicia, stop.
Get off of me. Get off of me. Get off of me.
There you go. Never plugged it back up. This is yours.
I am bleeding.
This is yours.
I'm bleeding, so take a picture. No. Take a picture. Take a picture.
Okay, so they're in the basement of their home, and they're kind of going back and forth over the items. It's like computer, stuff like that. Big Tigger's like, this is yours, this is yours. She's like, take a picture, take a picture. So that's what's happening.
Alicia, stop.
Take a picture.
Alicia, stop.
So now at this point, she's grabbed something that's his. He's saying, Alicia, stop, and he grabs her, and she's still kind of moving around. So he's tussling with her to kind of restrain her. I would imagine is how he describes what he's doing.
Get off of me. Get off of me.
As you can see at this point, he has her kind of like bear hug, like he has her, she's moving around, so they're moving. So he's not keeping her still, but he still has her wrapped up, right? And next is when the injury is gonna come. And you can kind of hear her scream out, and you hear like a slapping noise, right? She has been pushed with their body forces into a door. And that is what causes the injury. Now, this is all alleged because he has not been convicted of any crimes. He has just simply been arrested. But this is what occurs, which leads to the arrest, okay? So this incident occurs on May 9th, all right? So we're going to cut to the warrant from May 9th and go over that so y'all can see. And I'm going to, okay, I see y'all hearing that y'all can see it. So now I know exactly how to share it correctly. So like, this is crazy. So they're tussling over whatever the equipment is downstairs. As we'll read in later documents, Tigger has a home studio set up, not kind of like, right? Because he does way more than I do. But I mean, I have a studio set up in my downstairs at my home as well. So and my studio is nowhere near what Tigger's studio, but I know that I would be upset if someone was coming in and destroying and moving around my belongings as well. And so a lot of people, when they saw this video, they were like, I mean, she's messing with his stuff, and you can clearly hear that he's saying stop, stop. And they felt kind of like he had justification to kind of restrain her and get her out of this room. Unfortunately, Georgia law does not agree. And I'm going to share with you all what the law is, and then I am going to go over the warrant for this case soon. When I tell y'all I have so many documents, it's not even funny. All right, I'm going to share it from this computer. Give me 1 second. And pull up. If you're just tuning in, I was explaining right before I started the show, my entire computer rebooted and installed something. So I was like, oh no. Okay, so here we go. All right, so this is, and if you tune into the Carmelo Anthony Live, you know all about OCGA. That's the Georgia statute. And every state has a statute that kind of outlines what the laws are there. And so in this statute, I'm going to blow it up. This is the battery statute in Georgia. And this is specifically the family violence battery statute, which defines relationships when they're spouses, parties who have kids or used to be married or live in the same home. It could be classified as family violence. And so this explains battery, but the act of battery itself is the same whether it's family violence or not. And so it says a person commits the offense of battery when he or she, and let me make this even bigger, and then, oh, that's not what I want to do. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Why is the highlight? Okay, I'm gonna leave that alone. Doing too much. All right, let me just read. All right, so it says, and I'm reading from subsection A. A person commits the offense of battery when he or she intentionally causes substantial physical harm or visible bodily harm to another. Okay, and I guess to further kind of define, I need to pull up the simple battery statute because that honestly didn't give me what I wanted. I wanted you all to understand why you can't put your hands on people. And in this situation, what Tigger should have done was simply call the police. And if your stuff gets damaged in this process while you're waiting on the police to come, then that person will be charged with damaging your property and you can get reimbursed for it. But to actually physically restrain someone okay, so let me go here. So let me show you the simple battery statute. It's going to define the battery a little better for you all to understand. Give me 1 second. Pull this document up so people can really see like why. And then I saw a lot of comments on Facebook, and I was trying to like answer and explain. I'm like, I see why a lot of you all take a ride through Rice Street, which is the jail in Fulton County, because you feel like he's justified because, you know, she has hands on his belongings. But okay, so as you see here, simple battery. A person commits the offense of simple battery when he or she intentionally makes physical contact of an insulting or provoking nature with the person of another, intentionally causes physical harm to another. And so battery, the difference between simple battery and battery is that battery actually has a visible injury. And as you can see in this video, it's a really big visible injury, right? Because she had to get stitches. And not only did she have to get stitches, but you'll read in the arrest warrant for Tigger that a month later, when the police came to the home to actually arrest him, she was disfigured by that. So she's going to have a permanent scar from that injury. And that is why he's charged with aggravated battery. And that's what makes it a felony. So it's battery, but because of the injuries that she received from the battery, and it's causing disfigurement, like if someone punches you and it breaks your jaw. Or I have a case now where my client is charged with allegedly using an object to strike somebody, and that broke that person's wrist. So while it's not aggravated assault, right? You're not using a weapon, you're not shooting somebody, but it's aggravated battery because the injury that they sustained is going to cause disfigurement to them, and she's going to have a permanent scar from that, and that will count for disfigurement. So that's why she's charged. All right, now let's get to the facts of this. So let's see what the police investigated in this case, because he was, like I told you, this happened May 9th, right? And I don't know if you all are aware of the dates, but he wasn't arrested for this crime until June 20th. So we're going to go through all of that. All right. Share screen. All right. So this is Big Tigger's arrest warrant here. Let me drop myself down. Make this a little bigger. Okay. So this has some identifying information, and then this is the juice here. All right. So it's kind of hard to read for you all. Probably I can make it out, but you all know how. I mean, it's Fulton County that somebody did this warrant. It's been faxed over. It's been copied and printed so many times, uploaded to a system. So that is why it looks like this, but I'm going to break it down. All right. Hey, Kia Elder 305, one of our mods in the house. Shout out, sis. Thanks for tuning in. So as you all come into the room, if you will like and share the live so we can get into the algorithm, I would greatly appreciate it. And you can also subscribe. All right. So this is the arrest affidavit from Big Tigger's arrest. And the incident is misstated in this warrant. It's got the wrong dates, but let's get into it. All right. So this is the affidavit for arrest. And this is Darian Lanier Morgan, which is Big Tigger's legal name. It says between 6/9/2026 at 10 a.m. and 6/18/2026 at 5 p.m. But this 6/9 is supposed to be 5/9, and you'll see 5/9 later in the bottom. It's a scrivener's error. So, but that should say 5/9. All right. At the home address in Sandy Springs, said accused Darian Morgan did maliciously cause bodily harm to the person, Alicia Denise Brown. It said that he grabbed both arms of the victim against her will, used force to move the victim, and shoved the victim, causing the victim to stumble head first into an office door. The victim suffered a deep laceration above her left eye. And as we talked about battery, right? This is an unwanted touching. This is you intentionally causing somebody physical harm. You are intentionally holding her, trying to forcefully move her out of this room and away from your stuff, and she stumbles and falls. But for you doing what you're doing to her, she doesn't fall into the door and cut her face and get all of these stitches, right? So you're responsible for that action. And so that is why he was arrested. Although he's arrested, doesn't mean you'll be convicted. It's just probable cause to get a warrant. And I'm going to go through what that probable cause is. So on Monday, June 8th, and remember June 8th, because a lot happens on June 8th. But on Monday, June 8th, your affiant was assigned, and the affiant is the officer who took out the warrant. He's assigned this case, aggravated battery, to investigate. On June 9th, at 10:06 a.m., the affiant, who is the officer in this case, met with the victim, Alicia Brown, in the lobby of Sandy Springs Police Headquarters, located at 620 Morgan Falls Road in Sandy Springs, Fulton County. The officer requested that the victim give an additional written statement of what occurred on May 9th at 8:04 p.m. So this alleged incident where you saw the Ring video camera occurred May 9th at 8:04 p.m. The victim told the officer the following. On Saturday, May 9th at 5 p.m., the victim and her husband, Big Tigger, were engaged in a verbal conversation in their bedroom pertaining to text messages the offender received on his phone from a female coworker. The victim stated the back and forth text messages between the offender and the coworker for at least, well, it says for at least, but we're going on for at least 2 weeks prior to this date. According to the victim, the offender and the victim began raising their voices when Big Tigger told Alicia, "You're psycho." Alicia asked Big Tigger to explain the text messages, and Big Tigger told the victim the text messages were old and I deleted other messages so you cannot see them. Alicia told the officer while they were arguing that Big Tigger began taking a video of her and she asked him to stop. Alicia claims she grabbed Big Tigger's cell phone from his hand when Big Tigger tackled the victim to the floor, gaining possession of his cell phone. So this is not the Mr. Tigger video. This is not that, although it sounds similar. This is not that. And you're going to see that this fight over cell phone happens a lot in their relationship, okay? It was happening before they got married and it continued, okay? So Alicia says that they're arguing when Big Tigger begins taking a video of her and she's asked him to stop. She snatches the cell phone from his hands and he tackles her to the floor, gaining possession of his cell phone. During the altercation, Alicia obtained a small bruise to her lower left lip. Alicia immediately got to her feet and went to the basement office. Offender, who was Big Tigger, followed her where Big Tigger and Alicia work when they are home. When they arrived in the office, Alicia told Big Tigger, Alicia told Big Tigger, "I will show you psycho." So he called her psycho in the bedroom and she comes downstairs and she's like, "I'm gonna show you psycho." Okay. Hey, Jersey girl Trey, another mod in the house. Shout out. Thanks for tuning in. Alrighty. So they're in the basement. She's like, "I'm gonna show you psycho." So she begins unplugging a computer from the wall outlet because she says, "I helped purchase the equipment for the two of us." Alicia tells the officer while she was unplugging the computer, Big Tigger came up behind her and told her to stop, grabs her arms with both of his hands and told her to stop again. And we saw that in a Ring video that we just watched, right? Alicia immediately told Big Tigger at least 3 times, "Leave me alone and take your hands off of me." You can hear her saying, "Leave me alone, get your hands off of me," in the Ring video that I just played. So she's corroborating that video to the officers, which you'll see later that they already had at this point. Big Tigger did not relinquish his holds on Alicia and began to use force, pushing Alicia towards the entrance of the doorway to the office. As Big Tigger and Alicia approached, Big Tigger with force shoved, and this is Alicia saying this, okay? So these are Alicia's words. She says that as Big Tigger and her approached the door, that Big Tigger shoved her, trying to get her out of the office. During Big Tigger's actions, Alicia stumbled and landed head first into the door, which left a deep laceration over her left eye. Numerous stitches were required to close the wound, and after 1 month, because you remember this is June 9th that the police are talking to her, this is a month later, there is visible disfigurement above her left eye. The altercation was captured on a Ring camera that is located inside the office. Alicia tells the officer that Big Tigger drove her to an urgent care located at 5419 Chambly Dunwoody Road in DeKalb County. And I pulled up a picture of that urgent care because I was like, I mean, look how many stitches she has. You know, I'm like, take me to the hospital. But he took her to this urgent care. I get maybe it was close to home. They stay in Sandy Springs. It's kind of close to Dunwoody, to treat this head wound. Due to the severity of the wound, urgent care contacted Dunwoody Police Department. Okay, so this isn't a situation where while she's at the hospital, she calls the police or anything like that. But the nurses at the hospital, and you'll kind of see why they interacted. They are the ones that called the police. So Dunwoody Police Department came to the urgent care facility based on the nurse's phone call. All right, so urgent care contacted Dunwoody to respond because Big Tigger said that Alicia tripped and fell into the door, and Alicia wasn't speaking at all. Okay, so the nurse is like, nah, we don't believe that. You know, it's kind of like a lady comes into the office, she has a black eye, and she's like, you know, I tripped and hit the door, cabinet door that was open, right? Like Medea movie, right? Like, no, they're like, this is kind of suspicious because she wasn't talking. So she's totally silent during this May 9th urgent care visit. And Tigger's doing all the talking. He's doing all of the explaining. He's like, she tripped, she hit the door. And the nurses are like, nah, we don't believe that. I don't believe that. So they call the police, and the police come out to investigate. When Dunwoody officers learned the incident occurred in Sandy Springs officers were dispatched to the urgent care. Ultimately, the victim was transported to Grady Hospital for medical assistance because, as you can see how many stitches she has, this is a very serious injury. The officer asked Alicia why she did not cooperate on May 9th. And she says, I was afraid of what Big Tigger might do to me. And because he is a well-known celebrity, nobody would believe me. Based on the written audio, video, recorded statements from Alicia, the captured video footage of the altercation, and photos of the wound leaving permanent disfigurement 1 month later, the officer has probable cause to charge Big Tigger with aggravated battery. And that is how the warrant is issued for aggravated battery. And then another warrant is issued for cruelty to children because Alicia reports to the police that the son is upstairs. And I believe Tigger states in some documents that we're going to go through that he didn't know that the child was home for like weeks later, but it doesn't matter in these type of cases. If there's a battery and there's a child under 18 that is present in the home that can hear or see this incident, then you will get an additional charge of cruelty to children in the 3rd degree. So that charge never means that you physically did anything to the child. It is simply tacked on to a family violence battery case if the child was present in the home. So it is a misdemeanor. It's not a felony, but the aggravated battery is a felony. So 32 years in the industry, 33 years in industry, no arrests, no scandals, and 2 years of dealing with this chick. And Big Tigger has been arrested and charged with a felony and is now on leave from V102. So like, I'm going to show you how possibly a simple Google search could have, and you're going to hear some other audio interview where some people tried to warn him who have had bad dealings with Alicia Brown in the past. Right now is currently sitting in jail. She is still currently in Baltimore County, Maryland. I have that. It's not a booking sheet, but it's a court docket pulled up, and she has been denied bond. She had a bond hearing on the 24th. She was extradited there from Hart County. We're going to get into all of that. Okay, so if you have any questions, please drop them in the chat as we go. This is messy, right? Like, to be on the air, to be so well known. Like, Big Tigger is bigger than Baltimore. He's from Maryland. He's been on The Basement. He had a whole show like when I was growing up on BT. So this Big Tigger is a big thing, right? I'm going to show you this that talks about how he got his name. And then I want to get an issue with him keeping his name after all of this is going on. Let me see if it uploaded. Shut down right before. Let me share this. Okay, wait a minute.
Disney. So I kind of got pulled into a small little matrixy room. And they were like, yeah, so as long as you don't really mess up, ain't nobody really gonna say too much. But be clear, your name is a Disney property.
Well, hey,
listen,
hey, grab him real quick. Hey, come here.
Let me talk
Sit
to you
him
for a second.
Sit his ass down.
So I mean, that's also been some added motivation not to be in too much trouble along the years, because I don't want that smoke.
Where the fuck did Tigger come from?
University of Maryland, College Park.
College.
It was a young lady by the name of
Indian alcohol.
I'm sorry,
Correct.
bro.
The impact was
I'm clearly using a name that belongs to Disney. So I kind of got pulled into a small little matrixy room. And they were like, yeah, so as long as you don't really mess up, ain't nobody really gonna say too much. But be clear, your name is a Disney property.
Well, hey,
listen,
grab him real quick. Hey, come here.
let me talk
Sit
to
him
you
down.
for a second.
Sit his ass down.
So I mean, that's also been some added motivation not to be in too much trouble along the years, because I don't want that smoke.
Where the fuck did Tigger come from?
University of Maryland, College Park.
College.
It was a young lady by the name of Sherry, who we affectionately referred to as Grandma. She was an upperclassman. I was a freshman. I walked in the Black Student Union one day, and she stopped the whole Black Student Union and was like, you look like Tigger when you smile. That was it. I was just Tigger. So everybody started calling me Tigger on the yard. And then further along in the evolution, I was doing a radio show. I had just started doing Rap City, the hip hop news segment. And somebody, I can't remember who it was. Somebody was like, Tig, you doing it big. Da, da, da. Your name should be Big Tigger. Stuck from there. And then one of my scarier moments is we went to Disney World like in 95 for like Vibe Live.
Yeah.
I'm clearly using a name that belongs to Disney. So I kind of got pulled into a small little matrixy room. And they were like, yeah, so as long as you don't really mess up, ain't nobody really gonna say too much. But be clear, your name is a Disney property.
Well, hey,
listen,
grab him real quick. Hey, come here.
let me talk
Sit
to
him
you
down.
for a second.
Sit his ass down.
So I mean, that's also been some added motivation not to be in too much trouble along the years, because I don't want that smoke.
Yeah, so that's how you got thinking, right? So I wonder, right, now that you are, I guess, in some type of trouble, right? Is Disney gonna say something? I don't know, right? We'll just see how things play out, right? Because as I stated before, these are just allegations. He hasn't been convicted of anything. He's just been simply arrested. And outside of his arrest, the victim has even bigger arrest. Okay, so we about to get into it. Shout out Lee is in the house. We got Lee in the house from his back channel. The lead attorney Clips. Fit, I'm here for the breakdown. This case is insane. Yes, it is, Lee. Yes, it is. This is crazy. So what I've gone over so far is Big Tigger's arrest, right? I showed you all the video that Alicia posted with her injury. That's kind of what alerted us that anything was going on. That came out about June 6th or so. And then after that, we went over the arrest warrant, and we found out that the incident actually occurred May 9th, right? And that the police they take a while sometimes to investigate battery incidents, especially when the police originally came to the scene and Alicia didn't say anything. They said she stayed quiet the whole time. And Big Tigger was the one telling urgent care she tripped and fell into the door. And the nurses weren't buying it. And so they called 911. So that's how that investigation started. So as you saw in the warrant, June 8th, the detective gets the file, contacts Alicia to come into the Sandy Springs June 9th. And when she shows up June 9th, now she's ready to tell it all, right? Because what's happened in between May 9th and June 9th, they try to kind of work it out, and she can see, like, we're not going to work it out. In actuality, Big Tigger then files for divorce on June 11th, okay? So we're going to go over those documents as well. But as I was saying earlier, Big Tigger has this squeaky clean record, right? Disney even told him in 95, you can use the name as long as nothing bad happens. But if it does, we'll have to revisit things, right? So I don't know if this is going to be qualification for that or not. We'll see. He's not on the air right now. He's taking leave to kind of deal with everything. But had he simply did a Google search on this chick, he could have avoided all of this, okay? So Alicia Brown's criminal troubles start way before this alleged kidnapping in 2019. I'm going to pull up a video for you that I found by simply Googling her name. This is an incident that occurred, I would say, I guess about 13 years ago, because at the time the child was 4 years old. And it is something that sounds really loud. Okay, so let me start. Let me share the screen so you all can see this. So Big Tigger meets this. I know how they met, but I can't say. I can't say. But let's just say it ain't the same way he met Rudy. Okay, he meets this chick, and at the point that you've kind of been on air for 32 years, I would think that you kind of do background checks on people that you're going out with. I mean, I do. I ain't even as big as Big Tigger. I do. Let me just search a name and see what come up. Let me just see if I know you're from DeKalb County. I might pull up the DeKalb County Superior Court system and let me search your name. Let me just see if you done ran through the court system a couple times. If I know you from Atlanta, you one of them West Side boys from SWATs or something. I'm gonna pull up the court system and I'm gonna, I shared the wrong screen. I am gonna come back to Tasha K though. But I'm gonna check your name. I'm gonna see what's going on. I'm 40-some years old. I have a business. I'm an attorney. Like I can't just, be dating anybody, right? So I'm gonna check. So I can't believe Tigger just didn't do a simple Google check. I mean, we about to get into it. So it says Coach Chelsea Lynn says, love the glasses, by the way, fit. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for y'all for tuning in. Lonnie76 says he's way too big not to do a background check and vet people. I thought he knew better. Exactly, right? I'm like, what was it? I mean, I don't know. She's a cute chick, when outside of the mug shots and the stitched up picture, right? She does have some pretty photos. So I don't know what it was. I don't know. Like I said, I know how they met. I just can't believe he didn't say, let me just simply type her name in. She's from Baltimore, Maryland. They have that connection. So I don't know if, he's like, oh, I feel like this one of my homegirls from back home. I don't know if that was it. I just don't know, right? I don't know. Did they have sex on the first night and he got clapped? Who knows? But for whatever reason, Big Tigger did not do a background check. Because if he did, he would have found this. Let me share the right screen. Y'all, I have so many tabs open for this story that it's like, that's the only reason it's taking me a second to get the right stories up. All right, y'all. So let me make this bigger. Unmute and play. And this ain't allegedly, okay? This is verified. This is Big Tigger's.
You can't even walk inside Maryland Live unless you're 21 years old, just because a casino is no place.
Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. Let me turn the sound back up. Okay.
For a child. Same goes for a casino parking lot on a really cold day with no parents in sight. And that's why Anne Arundel County police are really fired up after arresting a Baltimore mother last night. It was a dangerous and illegal gamble that 24-year-old Alicia Denise Brown took on New Year's Eve, one that landed her in handcuffs. The Baltimore mother left her 4-year-old daughter alone in the car all day at the Maryland Live Casino in Hanover. A visibly angry Lieutenant T.J. Smith told reporters.
Parental selfishness, absolute stupidity, just a reckless abandonment. Shocking, appalling, disturbing. You hear something like this, you can't believe somebody would do it.
Lieutenant Smith says there is security video of Ms. Brown inside the casino, adding that the cameras also show after parking on level 4 of the garage, Brown was away from that car for some 8 hours and never went back to check on her daughter. It was a casino security patrol that found her around 6:30 p.m., heard a child screaming, the car windows.
Do y'all hear that? She left her child in a vehicle outside of a casino for 8 hours. 8 hours. Like, I promise you, go to Google. Alicia Brown arrested, Maryland, and this pops up. Like, it was on so many news stations. He literally did no research. I don't know what it was. Lee, what was it? Was it the booty? Was it what was it? What was it? I see Jim in the chat. He says that love is blind, and doesn't do background checks either, I guess, right? Like, somebody this famous, this has this much to lose, is dating someone who left their child in a vehicle for 8 hours to go gamble at a casino. Let me go back to the video, y'all.
Covered with blankets.
I can care less if they had the whole car set up like a daycare center. That child should not be left in a car alone by itself.
Lieutenant Smith says the little girl was taken to the hospital to get checked out and is expected to be okay. But her mother is in big trouble with the law. Alicia Brown arrested at the scene and charged with second-degree child abuse and child neglect. Police were really angry, and they say other than being cold and hungry, doctors found the little girl was in good health with no signs of physical child abuse. She was released to relatives, and Child Protective Services is now involved.
Wow. So this is an arrest that occurred back in, what was like 13 years ago, 14 years ago, when her child, who is now 17, this is about the kidnapped child, who's now 17. That child was 4 years old. Her mom put blankets up in the car to cover the windows and left her in the vehicle. And now, mind you, when this happens, it's around like New Year's Eve. So it's freezing. I think Dad says when this occurred that it was about 3 degrees outside. Okay. So this is 3 degrees outside, and she leaves this child in the car at a casino. Okay. So she can go gamble. 8 hours and never came back to check on her. That's ridiculous. Like, I have a dog now at the house. I'm thinking about checking on a dog in less than 8 hours. Like, you don't check on your child, a 4-year-old. Sorry, not even that you didn't check on her. The fact that you left her in the car at the casino. So as the thing states that the child was taken at that point and put into, it wasn't defects custody, but what defects does a lot of times when they do take custody of the child, they immediately try to place the child with family. So the child doesn't always immediately go into foster care, and the word foster care doesn't always mean that the child is with strangers. So in this case, the child was placed with relatives. A safety plan was put into place, meaning some type of plan that mom had to follow, whether it was counseling, classes, training, and then she would be reunited with the child. So that defects does try to reunite the kids with their parents when it's possible. And in this case, it was a first arrest. It was, and I did more research. And from this arrest, she ended up serving 5 days in jail and was put on 3 years probation. Although, well, she was sentenced to 3 years, but a lot of it was suspended down to just the 5 days, and then the rest served on probation. However, her probation was not allowed to terminate early. So she pretty much was being monitored by the state system until the child was about 7. Okay. So I didn't find any other reports of anything happening with the child. But when this incident happens, when I guess this was, 2013 or so, 2014, when this happens, this is what triggers the child's father to then start fighting for custody. Okay. So this is the beginning of how we get to the kidnapping charges. Okay. So let me drop that video down. I told you I did a deep dive. I got all the tea, everything. And just Tigger could have simply had this same information had he went to Google and typed in Alicia Brown, Maryland. Had he just put her name in Maryland, the arrest would have popped up. Okay. So I don't know. Did he see it? And she said, oh, I was just 24. I was young. I'm changed. Like, was it okay? Like, you don't have any kids. And I mean, Big Tigger's been on the radio here in Atlanta, and he would say a lot of times that he never had plans to get married and he never had plans to have kids. Like, I think back in the day, what we heard on the street was that was some of the reasons for the demise of his relationship with, I'm about to say Rudy Huxtable. Y'all, what's her name? Keisha Knight Pulliam. It's because of his desire not to get married and not to have kids. Okay. So how do we go from someone for this long who has done that? He's not a baby daddy. He doesn't have kids running all around. This literally was his first child, first marriage. He has known this chick. I don't even think they've known each other for 2 full years. And in 2 full years, all of this has happened. And so that was her first kind of big arrest. She had some other little incidents, but this is, that was major. All right. So that was the first sign. He could have simply researched that when he met her, and he did not. What else did he avoid and ignore was the fact that she got arrested for fighting him prior to them getting married. Do you hear me? prior to them getting married. And when I go through that warrant and the facts from that case, it kind of makes you wonder if their wedding was like, was it planned? Was it an excited moment? Or was it kind of like a shotgun wedding? I don't know. I wasn't invited. I don't know anybody that went. I don't know if there were pictures on the internet. It's kind of like, we're at the Falcons games, with the Hawks games, and now Tigger got a baby. And it's like, what? Tigger got a baby? When Tigger had a baby? And then next thing you know, they're like, Tigger got a wife. It's like, what? Like, this stuff was just popping up and coming out. Mind you, I told you this has all happened over the last 2 years. So I've shown you now Tigger's arrest in June, and I'm like, let me show you who he's married, right? So I've shown you her first arrest. She left her child in the car to go gamble at the casino for 8 hours. And her second kind of arrest that's going to be a subject of this case is her arrest with Big Tigger. So let me show you. And of course, you all can already guess what the center of this fight was. When I tell you I have so many documents. Okay, Alicia warrants. Yes. All right, let me pull it up. Share the screen. Now, this is like when a bad woman can bring you down and destroy everything in just blink of an eye. And I mean, like, I don't know really what it was. Like, at this point, the joke we make amongst criminal defense attorneys when we have clients that are charged with things, and we're like, bruh, why you already had to send her to jail before you got married. Why can't you leave her alone? You like, she must have that snapper. Got to be. She got to be. Crazy girls always have it. They always. Lonnie76 says that was crazy. A month before they got married, and he still married her. Yes, about to go through the warrant. A month before. Lee says he won't give a kid to Rudy, but will give one to this lady. Exactly right, Lee. It's like, what's going on? Rudy Hustle, he could be living on the farm right now. I mean, such a wholesome young lady. No drama. A public drama, right? I'm not saying she's perfect. I don't know her perfect personally, but I'm just saying it just seems to be such a better option than what he ended up with. And like, I don't agree with Joe Budden's comments, but like he said, he's seen Big Tigger, and we've seen him date plenty of people, plenty of different people, and for him to end up here, it's just kind of like, what happened? What happened? Okay, so the warrant I have pulled up now is Alicia's warrant, and if you all can, let me make this as big as possible because it's all facts over here. Legally speaking with Fit. This says September 29th, 2025. Okay. I'm going to go through their divorce complaint, and you'll see that they got married almost a month later, October 28th, 2025. But listen to what this fight and argument was about. All right. So we're going through this warrant, and this says, personally came Jay Lane. This is the officer that investigated this case. Who says, under belief, Alicia Denise Brown, between September 29, 2025 at 1:20 p.m. and 1:30 p.m. at the home address in Sandy Springs. So she's already living in this home. I'm going to assume, or maybe she wasn't. Maybe she was just over here visiting, but this is a month before the marriage. And she did intentionally batter Darian Morgan by scratching him in the face and neck area, which left visible marks. Remember, I told you before, it's simple battery when there's no marks, battery when there's visible injury. So this is a battery. So the probable cause that was used to get this warrant. So when an officer comes before the judge and takes out a warrant, he has to write out an affidavit listing what that probable cause is. There's no conversation between the judge and he doesn't like stand there and say, Your Honor. He doesn't testify. It's usually all put in writing. The judge reads it. If there's any questions about anything, the judge will ask if like it's a scrivener's error or just something off, maybe a couple questions. And sometimes there's no conversation. Sometimes the officer literally submits this electronic warrant on a computer system. The judge that's on duty at the time, it will be a magistrate court judge, will review it. And if in the probable cause section, they feel probable cause is met, they will sign the bottom, and the officer will get that signed electronic warrant back. It won't be any conversations. The officer didn't go anywhere, and that's how it's done. And then they can go take that warrant and make an arrest. So this probable cause statement in this warrant says that on October 29th, 2025 at approximately 13:48, which is 1:48 p.m., the officers responded to the Sandy Springs home address. The call notes stated the following: DV, so domestic violence, his girlfriend attacked him and stole his car. Declined EMS. Girlfriend's name is Alicia Brown. It's misspelled here, but Alicia Brown took his blue 2022 BMW B7 Alpina. Never heard that car, so hopefully I pronounced it right. Plate starts, and they gave the first initials of the plate. Advised she doesn't have any weapons with her. Like, she didn't take any weapons from the home. She's not armed, but there is a 9mm handgun in the car she took. And that he's just letting them know, just in case they pull her over in the car, that there's a weapon inside, but not that she herself isn't armed. She didn't have a weapon or anything in these allegations, but there was one in the car. So it says, upon arrival, I met with Darian Morgan, Big Tigger, who was the complainant, who stated that he had been battered by his child's mother, who then took his car and had just returned it. So when he calls 911, she's stolen the vehicle. But by the time the police get to the scene, she's back with the vehicle. Big Tigger continued and stated that shortly before he called police at approximately 1:20, he had gotten into an argument with his child's mother, later identified as Alicia Brown, over their current living arrangement. So maybe she wasn't living there yet, and she's like, I'm your baby mama. I want to stay with you. The child's young. Anyway, they're arguing over a living arrangement. Morgan stated that the argument escalated and that at one point Brown lunged at him. Big Tigger stated that Alicia got on top of him and began scratching him. Big Tigger advised that he then began restraining her so that she would stop, and eventually she did. So this restraining he was doing in the Ring camera video seems to be something that is a normal thing in a relationship, right? She shows out, he has to restrain her in here. But now this is September. This is before I do. And it's happening still in June. So it's kind of like at some point, somebody should have made a decision that this is toxic. This is not working. This is not how I want to continue to live. Keep walking around and have to restrain you all the time. Like, you should not be physical with your spouse. That shouldn't be a regular occurrence. Okay. And I'm not placing blame on either party. I'm just reading the facts, reading the reports. I'm just saying that at some point, somebody should have used some superior knowledge here and left. Like, this is a toxic relationship. And this is prior to I do. All right. So Morgan continued. So they get into an argument over their current living arrangement. Big Tigger stated that the argument escalated and that at one point, Alicia lunged at him. Big Tigger stated that she got on top of him and began scratching him. Big Tigger advised he had to restrain her so that she would stop, and eventually she did. Big Tigger stated that he sustained a small laceration on his forehead and a scratch mark on the left side of his neck. As I was speaking with Big Tigger, I observed the laceration to his head, which was actively bleeding. Big Tigger also showed me the scratch mark on his neck, which was plainly visible. The officer photographed both injuries and uploaded them to AxumEvidence.com. After the assault, Big Tigger stated that he got up and began treating his wounds. As he was walking away, Big Tigger explained that Brown took his phone. Y'all, they've been fighting over this phone the whole relationship. It was an iPhone 16 valued at $1,200. This prompted Big Tigger to follow Alicia and plead with her and request it back. Alicia eventually got his phone back and separated himself. Big Tigger eventually got his phone back and separated himself from Alicia. As the two were separated, Big Tigger stated that Alicia left the basement and took the spare key to his BMW B7. This prompted him to call 911. So they're not married at this point. This baby mama drama, okay? Him and baby mama, they got to fighting. She's upset because of the living arrangements. I guess at this point, maybe she's not living there. She wants to live there. And they get into a tussle, once again, over this phone. She takes it. After he gets it back, she takes the spare key and steals his car. Shortly before the officers get there, and luckily for her, right, she returned to the residence and returned the vehicle. After speaking with Big Tigger, I entered the residence and spoke with Alicia. Alicia advised that the two had gotten into an argument which became violent. Alicia stated that she did take his phone, which prompted Big Tigger to attack her. Brown says Alicia then stated that during the assault, she got punched in the upper lip and on her right forearm. The officer then asked her, well, can I see the areas where Mr. Tigger struck you? Alicia lifts up her upper lip, and the officer did not see any apparent bruising or lacerations anywhere on her face. She then rolls up her shirt sleeve, and the officer did not see any apparent bruising or lacerations on her arm either. After examining Brown, the officer asked her about Big Tigger's injuries and if she had any idea how he might have sustained them. Alicia says that she had long nails and that it was probably during the altercation. Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. Let me go back up. Okay. Alicia also confirmed that the two share a child. Their child, this incident happened in September. I believe the child was born in March of 2025. So at this point, the baby's about 6 months. I'm sorry, y'all keep skipping. This is not scrolling, so let me stay here. Based on Alicia's confession to taking Big Tigger's phone and based on his injuries and because of the couple's relationship, the officer found probable cause to determine that Alicia was the predominant aggressor and that she would be charged with the following: criminal trespass for maliciously interfering with possession of Morgan's phone, which she admitted to, and then battery for scratching Big Tigger on the forehead and neck area. After taking Alicia into custody, she stated that Big Tigger would have video footage of the incident on his phone, implying that he has interior security camera footage. Officers asked to review it. I'm sorry. Alicia asked the officers to view this footage. Okay, so she's like, he got footage on his phone. Y'all go check the security camera so you can see what happened. The officer acknowledged this and questioned Big Tigger about it. Big Tigger then showed the footage of a room in their basement. So we're back to this ring footage. The same ring video that we're watching from June is the same, not the same footage, right? But it's the same camera, same room that something goes down in before the marriage, okay? So Big Tigger explained that he had a few short videos that did not record the entire incident, as the couple was in an offshoot of the room that was slightly out of frame, but it showed parts. So y'all know ring cameras pick up on motion. So when they're off camera, it's not on, so that it doesn't have the whole incident, but it picks up some of it. So the officer's like, great, let me see it, right? Because, and I tell my clients this all the time, when there's a video, we're not going to argue. We're not going to fight. I'm not going to do the hypotheticals. We're not going to waste an hour of you telling me what's going to be on this video, Miss Adam. We're not going to do that. We're going to pause. I'm going to get the video and we're going to play it. And at the time that we see it, it's going to tell us exactly what occurs, right? Somebody lying, right? Both of these stories cannot be true. So the video is going to show that somebody lied. Let's go back. In the first video, timestamp 13:15, which is 1:15 p.m. on September 29th, Alicia is seen entering the offshoot from the basement. The couple appears to be conversing normally. In the second video, timestamped 1:21 p.m., Big Tigger is seen leaving the offshoot. Big Tigger then approaches a bar and grabs an object which he uses to treat the laceration to his head. So off camera, they've had the tussle. He's gotten scratched on his head and neck, and he's gone to this bar to treat his injuries. Alicia is then seen leaving the room with a phone in her hand. Big Tigger then faces Alicia and exclaims, "Give me my phone." These videos imply that Big Tigger was attacked and he was treating wounds when Brown took his phone. If this is correct, it would validate Big Tigger's testimony and invalidate Alicia's, who claimed that she was attacked as a result of taking his phone. So guess what? Alicia was arrested. This warrant was signed by Judge Jennifer Neal Jones, September 29th, 5:22 p.m., and Alicia was arrested. She was charged with battery and criminal trespass, and this is her booking. It's not in color, so you can't really see it, but this is her booking report from her being booked in. She was booked on September 30th. That's the date here at the top of this booking report. And this is her consent bond. And I'm going to go through this bond because I want you all to see what her special conditions were. And the prosecutor's slipping because honestly, at this point, they could file a motion to revoke this consent bond because I think she's in violation of the special conditions. But let's go through this consent bond. And when Fit told you she had everything, I told y'all I got everything but the defects records. If I could give me a source that defects, I'm gonna be in there. I got everything but the defects records, okay? But I know what happened at the hearing, so we're gonna talk a little bit about that too. All right, so this is the consent order from Alicia's bond prior to getting married to Big Tigger. Y'all need to understand this was September 29th, a month prior to saying I do. Consent order, by and through consent from the office of the solicitor. And what this means is that Alicia's attorney got on the phone with the prosecutor. They chatted about the case. She doesn't have any convictions, I don't believe. Well, she has the one about leaving the child in the car, right? And this is a battery incident, but this is a misdemeanor. You're guaranteed to get bonds on misdemeanors. So she was going to get a bond. It's not an issue of this consent or not, but this is just entered by consent bond. It probably happened really quickly. She didn't have to wait to go to court for a judge to set the bond. They agreed, and then an order was prepared and submitted to the judge. So by and through the consent from the office of the Solicitor General, they grant a bond in the amount of $1,000 for the battery family violence listed on the warrant. The defendant was arrested on one charge of battery family violence. This consent bond will address all charges presently, any additional charges, because I guess she was booked in under only the battery, but as you saw in the warrant, it was going to be the battery and the criminal trespass, but I did only see one warrant, so she just had one charge. Now, the special conditions of this bond was that, one, she shall have no further violent contact with the victim, which means that Big Tigger agreed to allow her to come back around him because they always ask the victim in these type of cases. I used to be a public defender in Fulton County for 8 years. That's where I started my legal career. I did only misdemeanors, so that's all I did was batteries, DUIs, criminal trespass cases. I know the solicitor, the elected official, everybody over there. That's how that works. So they will not say that you can go back around the person that you just got through battering unless that victim gives them that permission. So they talked to Big Tigger, said, hey, do you want to be back around her? He's like, yeah, sure. Just no more violence. So the first condition of her bond is no further violent contact with Big Tigger. Next, she was to enroll in anger management classes with Operation 21 for a total of 8 hours of anger management. She shall not utilize social media or contact any other outlet to post or discuss this case or disparage or demean the victim in any kind of way. So, like, you know, this happened September 2025. Nobody knows what's going to happen next year in June, but I mean, she went on social media, right? She made posts. She even made other tweets and other posts to disparage Big Tigger. And I mean, you know, could that be looked at as a violation of this bond? I don't know. I mean, if they really wanted to try to lock her up, they could definitely file a motion to do that. And then it would be up to a judge to hear it. But I mean, it sounds like she's in violation to me. And she's also not to have any other violations of the law. We also know that she violated that because she's sitting in jail right now in Maryland, charged with kidnapping. And I got that warrant too. So we're going to go through that as well. So y'all, I'm going to come to this chat because I see y'all were typing away. Unbelievable to know that he had warning, right? He didn't do the Google search. So he didn't know about her arrests, leaving the baby in the car at the casino for 8 hours to go gamble. But he did know that she's a fighter, right? Because she fought him. He had to call 911 when she stole his BMW prior to marrying her. So let me see what comments you all have in the chat. Chicken Chow Mein 77 says males are fools when it comes to females they really like. Yeah, they really like. She was putting it on him, nose wide open. Kia Elder 305 says, can we say red flag? Absolutely, right? This happens prior to it. Someone's agreeing with Lee. Shout out to lead attorney in the chat. Chicken Chow Mein 77 says straight males biggest falling is typically being lollipops for females. Okay. Lonnie 76 says scratch the man up and he marries her. I wonder if he married her because of the baby. I don't know, right? The baby's born in March. They're not getting married till October. So the baby's like 7 months when they get married. So I don't know if that was a motivation. Was he really in love and blinded and just ignoring the red flags and a couple scratches and stuff? Did that mean love to him? I don't know. I have no clue. But to be Big Tigger and to be on air and in the business for 32 years and have no blunders, like no scandals, and this is what you're shown prior to saying I do, and you still go into the marriage. You could just been a baby daddy, right? It's okay. It's okay. Adventuring says popping in for a few hours. I got to get back to the bushes. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in. Buddy 305 Love 9 says that is the BMW equivalent to the Mercedes S-Class, but subjectively better. Oh, I'm a Benz girl. So, but okay. Thank you for letting me know. So yes, the S-Class is a big, I call it a man's car, like that Sunday, like the granddaddy's car. Right. So to know that, yeah, wow. Yeah, I'd be hot too if somebody jumped into my Mercedes I got now and drove off without my permission. I'm like, wait a minute, 911, let me make sure I can track you, because that's crazy. Jersey Girl Trey says they don't like it when they get those phones. They don't, right? What is on the phone? Like, I feel like if you're not doing anything, like, why is the phone such a big issue? I know some people say, like, it's my property. Okay. And we're in a relationship, right? I should be able to see what's on your phone, right? Is it an issue? What if my phone is dying? Can I just pick your phone up and use it to make a phone call? What if my phone's dead and somebody calls me on your phone? Can I just pick it up? Like, are we gonna be fighting? Are you gonna be jumping and running with the phone? Like, I don't know if I necessarily like that type of relationship. Like, I'm not trying to go through your phone, but if I reach for your phone or I reach past your phone and you're jumping and you taking the phone, you're kind of gonna make me feel like, something. Operation Sexy Body, amazing fitness guru. She has a new contract weeks ago. McBurney revoked Steele's client's probation because the client's mom posted about it on social media. 6 weekends in jail. Right. She's posting a lot on social media. Like, I don't even have all the videos pulled up, but she made a lot of posts. She made the post with the video with her injury, making allegations in that. She's made posts about Francesca, talking things about her, so much so that Francesca has filed a federal defamation case against the mom. When I tell y'all this is, and I got that too. I don't know if we're gonna have time to go through that 30-page complaint, but I do have that document as well. And she is suing her, Alicia Brown, for defamation because she says not ever in her life would she have an inappropriate relationship with a married man. That Big Tigger was just like a mentor to her. They were simply working together. And so she's suing. So that case is real. It's going on. I have that document as well. Let's see. Someone, Chicken Chow Mein 77 says by marrying her, he thought he was doing the right and honorable thing. But in the right and honorable thing to, like, when you first start dating somebody, when you're this famous superstar, is to just go to Google. Hire a PI. Can you run a little background check? If that didn't happen, I know he didn't get a prenup. But they technically haven't been even married a year now, right? So this is not going to be like, oh, we're fighting over all these assets and stuff. But still, like, what happened in this case? We did no Google search. We got no prenup. We said I do a month after she's fought you and you had to get her locked up. It's really giving. She got that snapper. Like, I just don't know what other explanation there is. So let me see, where are we at now? So I've gone over her arrest prior to getting married, and I've gone over his arrest. All right, so let me go to some of these divorce documents and everything. So let's fast forward back to June. So I've shown you his warrants, and we're going to read a document that shows how he actually got arrested. And she dropped the dime on him, which is why I'm wondering if Tigger dropped the dime on her. Because as I told you all, she's sitting in custody right now for kidnapping, and we are going to get into that case as well. I'm closing documents out as I go through them, because I promise you I have like 20 something things open of documents and so many videos about this case. So let's see, where are we at? So let me go to now. Big Tigger's attorneys are doing their thing, right? And oh yeah, let me see if I still had this pulled up. So Big Tigger's attorney, he has two attorneys. So because he was arrested criminally, he has a criminal attorney, and that is Gabe Banks. I'm not sure if you all know who Gabe Banks is, but if you followed the Fonnie Willis hearing with Ashley Merchant in Fulton County as well, there was talk that prior to hiring Nathan Wade, that Fonnie went to a couple of other attorneys. And one of those was the old governor, and then who happened to represent her, Roy Barnes, in subsequent litigation that she's been in, and Gabe Banks. And so Gabe Banks was, I don't know if he testified in that hearing at all. I can't remember, but he was, so that's how you'll hear his name. He also has been involved in representing some other big names in Atlanta, but he is representing Big Tigger on the criminal case. So after Big Tigger gets arrested, oh, mind you, I showed you the warrant. So the warrant was issued, I believe that was like June 9th. He is not arrested right then. So let's go. I'm trying to keep it in sequential order. So let me show you what happens prior to him being arrested. There are so many documents, y'all. Let me find it. If Tigger does what let me bag up, because I'm in June. So okay, so they get married in October, okay, of 2025. Big Tigger files for divorce in February of 2026. He dismisses that divorce. I don't know what she said. I don't even know if she got served with this. And you're going to see his criminal attorney reference this divorce filing in one of his filings in a kind of shady little way. And so we're going to go over that. But yeah, he filed for divorce in February. So it's kind of like he was having second thoughts. I mean, he wasn't even married, like, I don't even think 4 months. He goes and files for divorce, and then he dismisses it. For whatever reason, I don't know. Did she put it on him? Did they come home? Did they talk? Did she cry? Did she beg to have her family back? I don't know, but he was led to dismiss that divorce proceeding. Like, I don't even have those thoughts. We're not going to go over it because he literally filed it. I don't even think she was served, and it was dismissed. But he has filed for divorce again. And let me see, maybe I did not open that. Give me 1 second. I'll tell you, I'm so mad my computer shut down right before I came on. I was like, no. Okay. Hold on, y'all, because we're going to do things. Okay. Hold on, y'all. I have it, but give me 1 second. This Big Tigger case is crazy. I have had to go to so many sources to get all of these documents. Hold on, y'all. Okay, there we go. All right. I want y'all to see. And the divorce, it doesn't have any, the meat from the divorce filings. I just want to show you all the date. The juice is from the emergency motion for temporary hearing, which was held after Alicia got arrested the second time. And we're going to go through that. All right. So, and her attorney, I can tell, and Lita agree with me if he's still in the chat when we get to that document. The attorney filed that one like in a furry. Like, sometimes stuff happens and you're literally at your screen and you're like this. And you're like this, and you're typing ferociously, and it's typos, and it's double words, and it's all of this, but you got to get this file, and you're in a rush, and that document tells us all. It puts so much in it. So we're going to go through this. So, okay. So look, Mom, I told you now, the warrant for Tigger's arrest was issued on June 9th. June 11th. Now, Tigger doesn't know about this warrant, right? Because all the officer did was reach out to Alicia, told her to come down to Sandy Springs. She went down. She told them everything now, because remember, May 9th, she was silent. Big Tigger was talking. Oh, she tripped and hit her face. And the nurse is like, yeah, we don't believe you. They called the police. So she didn't tell anything at first. But, and see, it's important to realize this, because if you're not a criminal defense attorney and you don't practice this stuff all the time, then you don't understand how these investigations work. And we're going to see that when we get into another filing from Big Tigger's attorney, because she thinks that, Alicia is in control of this investigation and that she can control when it happens, but it doesn't work that way. Like, you call the police if the offender is not present when they come out to investigate, or if the victim doesn't give a statement, right? Because you need a victim to have a domestic violence case or a case of some type of violent case. You have to have a victim. And so if she doesn't cooperate, there's no case, right? So that day when they first investigate, she doesn't cooperate. Those are beat cop officers, right? Those are officers that just get the call. They're driving around in their patrol cars and they're sent to the scene right then. That's not a detective, okay? A detective only comes to the scene at the time a crime occurs on something like a rape case or a murder case or something like that. So in a battery case, it's assigned to a detective that'll pick it up and investigate when it gets around to it, right? And so that's what happened in this case. It took about a month. So now this detective gets this case June 8th, reaches out to the victim, arranges a meeting on June 9th, and that's when the warrant's issued. So that's how that process is happening in the background, and Big Tigger is not aware. And you would think when they take a warrant out, somebody will let you know. It doesn't work like that. They'll pick you up when they pick you up. So he has no clue. But for whatever's going on still in the house in between this May 9th incident, remember, she's posted the video online June 8th. He's about 3 days off the air. He's like, I'm out of here. I am out. And so June 11th, 10:58 a.m., he files his divorce. Okay. For the second time, he files for divorce. This time, I believe he's going to stick with it because there's been so many filings since this divorce, and we're going to get into it. But at this time, for the second time, he's filing for divorce. So this just is a typical complaint, not really much juice here. Petitioner, who is D. Morgan, A. Brown is Alicia Brown, the wife. Petitioner says he lives in Fulton County, has been for at least 6 months. That's what establishes residency. Respondent, she's a resident of Fulton County for more than 6 months, because remember, they live together. They talk about the marital property they live at. Jurisdiction is and venue is proper. It states that they were married October 18th. So sorry, I've been saying a month since he got beat up by her, but it was actually 3 weeks. So 3 weeks after she batters him, scratches his neck up, and they're fighting over this phone, they get married. I don't remember this being one of those big showy weddings in Atlanta, all of Atlanta being invited. I don't remember hearing anything about this wedding. So I don't know where this wedding occurred, but it happened October 18, 2025. They have been living in a bona fide state of separation since June 5th, 2026. So I feel like, oh, okay. So now it's clicking as I'm talking. So June 5th would have been the day before she released the video. So maybe that's why she released the video. Maybe they have some type of conversation June 5th, and he's like, you know what? I'm out of here. And so June 6th, she releases the video. June 11th, he files for divorce. They say the marriage is irretrievably broken. That is the grounds, but of course it reserves the right to amend the complaint and add additional grounds should he need to in the future. Talks about they have one minor child as a part of this marriage, Xavier Morgan, born in 2025. Petitioner says that it's in the best interest of the minor child that he is awarded joint legal and physical custody of the minor child, which is normal. That's standard, right? Mom and dad would split custody physically of the child, and they both have joint legal custody, meaning when it came to things like medical appointments, religion, extracurricular activities, and schooling, they would first have to have a conversation, try to reach a mutual decision on it. And if they could not, one of the parties would be appointed to have final say over one of those 4 areas. And that's how decisions for the child will be made. As far as physical custody, joint would mean 50-50 custody. I think later on in some documents I read that they had agreed on 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off for visitation. Petitioner further shows that said custody would be in the best interest of the minor child. They acknowledge that the minor child requires appropriate child support, so a worksheet would need to be done. Petitioner shows that the minor child has resided with one or both of the parties since birth. It also says that petitioner shows that the parties have not acquired any assets during the course of their marriage. Because mind you, they got married October 18th, and this is filed June 11th. So we're talking about, what, 8 months? Almost 8 months of marriage. So no property to be equitably divided because they haven't acquired anything. The marital property, the home that they're staying in, is a separate property of Mr. I'm gonna say Mr. Tigger's, of Big Tigger's, that he's owned since, I believe, July 18th. So there's no they didn't purchase a home together after they got married. She's basically living in his home. So they're saying like it's nothing, no assets that need to be divided. Both petitioner and respondent are entitled to retain their respective separate property. You'll hear in another document that mom owns like an apartment somewhere. She has a lease in her name, and she owns another property that she used to stay in before she moved in with him. And she actually owns 2 vehicles, I think a Range Rover and something else. So Alicia not broke now. Like, it's not a broke chick. Alicia has money. She has a very good job. You're going to hear an interview from the kidnapped child's father. I think she works in cybersecurity. So she's very smart. Which probably has helped her be able to keep the other child hidden for so long. So like, this is not a bird. I mean, she might have some issues, right? But she's definitely smart. She has her own money. She has her own property. So the court's just like, everybody needs to just keep their own stuff. The petitioner believes that they can reach an agreement on the divorce because, mind you, they've only been together 8 months. So the only thing they really need to talk about is child support and custody and visitation for the child. Petitioner shows that OCGA 1957 provides as follows: with transferring or disposition of property, that after a petition for divorce has been filed, and this is important, this is going to come up later, no transfer of property by either party except a bona fide transfer and payment of pre-existing debts shall pass title so as to avoid the vesting thereof according to the final verdict of the jury in the case. So basically what that means is like, when anytime you file for divorce, you can't start selling off assets or giving property to your mom to go hide anything or to hide things from the other spouse. You can't do any of that. When the divorces, you better do it before you file. That's the key. Do all your hiding and your switching and your changing of your titles before your attorney files for divorce, because once it's filed, there's a standing order that's issued in every civil case that things basically have to stay the same until the court orders differently. This goes on to say, pending the final determination by the court of the right of either party to alimony, neither party shall make any substantial change in the assets of the party's estate, except in the course of ordinary business affairs. Petitioner insists that respondent comply with the foregoing statutes in all respects, because he probably already knew he's dealing with a nut. Okay, at this point, you've had your previous arrest. I don't know if at this point he's found out. He definitely knows about the kidnapping at this point, because immediately after Alicia Brown started posting about Tigger, people started digging. They started Googling, simply Googling, and they found the casino arrest. They found that kind of stuff. So that kind of thing is coming out. So they already know that this is about to get messy. It also says that petitioner seeks and desires an award of attorney's fees under Georgia law if Alicia and or her counsel are stubbornly litigious, unnecessarily expand this litigation, and or engage in abusive litigation. Basically, they're saying, look, we don't have anything to talk about, right? That 8 months of marriage. This should be really quick. We should get a 30-day, a 60-day, a 90-day. We should be a mediation really quickly. This doesn't deserve a trial. Let's wrap this up, because it's not much to talk about here. And so this was, like I say, was filed June 11th. Mind you, Tigger, he still hasn't been arrested yet. He's not arrested until June 20th. All right, so this divorce is filed, and what happens next? Let's see. Now, it's so much. Okay, so I've already gone over. That's Big Tigger's warrants. Okay, so the divorce is filed June 11th. The wife isn't served with it yet. And Big Tigger gets arrested on June 20th. All right. So this is his booking report. Let me blow this up. So he's like, I'm out. I'm done with this chick. Now he realizes all the red flags, and he's like, okay, I'm out. Let me see if y'all got any questions. over here before I keep going. Let me see. I'm going to record the one. I usually talk about Tigger. Let's see. Okay, y'all, so it's talking about other little stuff. No questions. Someone's Chicken Chow Main 77 says, my ex-girlfriend would go crazy if I had her phone. One time she almost crashed the car. She went full-blown crazy. Females think they can take our stuff, but when we do it to them, they lose their minds. Yeah, but I still feel like it's the person that's hiding something, right? You can take my phone. I'm not going to be tripping. There's nothing on there. Like, it's a fingerprint anyway to get in, so you're not going to be able to open it. But if you do, I don't have anything to hide, so I'm not going to act like that. So I'm just like, so yes, females and males can act like that, but I always feel like it's the person that's hiding something, right? That would go so far as to almost wreck a car with their phone or to actually end up getting arrested over a phone. It's utterly ridiculous. All right, so let me go back to this doc. All right, so Tigger gets arrested on this warrant that was taken out unbeknownst to him. So, but at some point, I don't know if, no, y'all are going to find out later how he was arrested. So no, he didn't know this arrest was a surprise to him. So he gets arrested June 20th. He's taken in, and this is like at 10:44 in the morning that this booking, it says, I saw, 9:57 a.m. is when he's booked into the jail. So in Fulton County, this happened on a Saturday that he was arrested. They have first appearance, which is the first hearing that's held after your arrest. Sorry. Lip on. That where a judge considers your bond. So he's got his attorney on speed dial. He's arrested. He's like, hey, Gabe, I got arrested. I'm at my first appearance at 11. And so he goes, now I read this thing that said he didn't know he's going to be arrested, but for him to get booked in at 9:57, some favors had to be called for him to be put on that calendar at 11 o'clock that early, unless he just didn't appear before a judge and his attorney got him a consent bond. But it wasn't written up that way, but I'm thinking that may have been what occurred in this case. So he's arrested on the 20th, and then he is given a bond. And let me make this bigger. So his bond is processed at 12:54. I know they have this first appearance hearing for felonies at 11 a.m. Every day at the jail. So if court's at 11, if he actually went to court, then the judge would have granted his bond. It was $9,000 granted on the aggravated battery, $1,000 on the cruelty to children in the third degree, for a total of 10. He was ordered as a part of this bond special conditions, and they are here. And it states that, one, if you change your address, you have to notify the clerk. Any travel outside of the state of Georgia requires approval of a judge. So that means, like, y'all know Big Tigger has stuff he does, shows, I'm sure, out of state. He would have to get approval from the judge to do any of that. And you should have no direct or indirect contact with the victim's family, or close associates by phone, mail, email, social media, or through a third party. If you encounter the victim, you must leave immediately and must not come within 200 yards of the victim. The victim's name is Alicia Denise Brown. So this contact is outside of divorce proceedings. So basically no contact with her at all unless it's at divorce court. And this bolded sentence here says third-party communication can happen between the two only for purposes of visitation with the child. No weapons. He can't have any weapons. Stay away from I'm calling this the marital home because it's the home that they both lived in, but this is his separate property that he owned prior to the marriage, but this is still where they were living at as they were married. So stay away from the home in Sandy Springs, and he can return one time with Leo law enforcement officer to retrieve personal belongings. Okay. So that is his bond for the arrest against Alicia. And that arrest came from the ring video, not the Mr. Ticker video, not that video. Those are two separate incidents. But now you've heard about two incidents with the phone, right? One before they got married, the one in May that he's arrested for June 20th. And then we're going to show the video that occurred prior to this arrest, but after the May 9th incident. So it's so much going on that it's crazy. It's like almost something every day with this case. And so I can see why he would go to his employer and like, hey, look, I need to take a minute. It's some stuff popping off, because you're going to hear how there's another warrant that's pending. I got Alicia's kidnapping warrant to go over, and then Tigger himself has applied for a warrant against Alicia for another incident. Y'all, this is crazy. Can you 32 years, 33 years, clean career, nothing, and a chick you've known less than 2 years is dragging him down. All right, so let's see. Emergency motion to modify bond conditions. So let me see, do I want to go to this document yet? Because no, I'm trying to keep everything sequential here for you all so you can follow. All right, so I'm going to go show you the Mr. Tigger video, and then we're going to get into how Alicia gets into police custody and how she's still there now. I see that. I don't, where was that at? Okay, yeah. I don't know how to black that out now that I've done that, but I'll try not to show that again. So yeah, okay. All right. I have to figure out how to block it out when we go back. All right. So for these documents, these are public documents. So for everybody that gets arrested, you can go pull a copy of their warrant and you'll have their information. So I didn't dox anybody. This is a public document. So everybody can pull it, and everybody can pull it for everybody that's ever been arrested. So just know that you get arrested in the public system, all your information is out there. All right. Sorry guys. Okay, so Big Tigger files for his, okay, let me come back up. Big Tigger files for divorce. I told you that. Then he's arrested for his case. And then Alicia's still posting things, right? And so Alicia ends up getting arrested for kidnapping. And so this kind of thing, this happened simultaneously. Like, I don't have video of her arrest, but I'm going to show you what was released right after she was arrested that had something to do with Mr. Tigger again. So it's like a tit for tat thing that they go big back and forth. All right. So let me show you. Let's see. We're going to stop sharing that. And I'm going to go show you the video that Alicia that was released. And this was originally uploaded on her son's, the 13-year-old son that you'll hear, that's the male in the video outside of Mr. Tigger. It was uploaded on his social media and then grabbed by other people, shared all over. So that's how this video gets out. And when this video was released, I thought it was the same video. I thought it was a continuation of the Ring camera video, but it actually is not. And it actually is a whole nother incident that occurs. Where's that video? I'm sorry, guys. Let me see. I'm pretty sure I have that video pulled. Give me 1 second. Okay, it's the Ring camera. Oh, yep. Here, I'm sorry. It's on Facebook. Here we go. All right. So let me see how I can make this. I'm going to make it bigger before I...
Get off of
me!
Get off of me!
Get off of me! What do you need for?
Get off.
What do you need for?
Get off me. Please get off me.
As soon as you give me my phone.
Please get off
It's
me.
my phone.
Please get off me.
Registered in my name.
Please get off me.
Give me my phone.
You're sticking my ear in my ear.
Oh, sorry.
Get off of me.
Give me my phone.
Please get off of
You
me.
can stay right on the floor.
You're a fucking manhandler.
I'm not manhandling. You got my phone.
Get off of
Give
me!
me back my phone.
Get off of me!
My phone.
Tigger,
Give
get
me
off.
my phone.
Do you not see all them crime?
Give me
Bro,
my phone.
why did
Stop.
you
I'm
do
not
that?
doing that.
Yes,
She
you did.
dropped. She dropped. She dropped.
Bro, you're literally stepping on her.
I'm not stepping on her, Alex. I just want
Bro.
my phone. She can give me the phone and it'll be over. She can give me the phone and it would be over.
Bro, just get on her. She's gonna
I'm
give
not
you.
on her at all. Give me my phone.
Get off of me,
Give me
Tigger.
my phone.
See, if I was anybody else, you wouldn't be doing this.
If you say so. Give me my phone.
Bro, just get on her. You can buy a new phone. Mr. Tigger! Mr. Tigger, get off of her now!
Phone.
Tigger, get
Give me back my phone.
off of
Give
me!
me back my phone.
Get off of
Give me
me!
back my phone. You don't need it. What do you need it for?
Get off of
What
me!
do you need it for?
Get off me! Please get off me!
Okay, so this video, as you can tell, they're tussling over the phone again. Alicia has the phone and Big Tigger is trying to get his phone back. This is not the video that has him get the battery arrest. This video happened weeks after the May 9th incident. And so he is not facing any charges from this incident. He does, he's trying to get his phone back, and it's this tussle over the phone, right? But it's not a she drops to the floor, right? It's not a thing where he's thrown to the floor, but I still don't like it, right? It's too handsy. It's too, anything can happen when you all are tussling over this phone, right? She could slip and fall. She could bust her head on the floor, like anything. And this is happening in front of her 13-year-old son. So this is not a situation where you can say, I didn't know the son was there. This is happening in front of him. And is this something that you want a child to see? Like, let me go back to this video. This is happening, and this person who was recording this video is
Get off of me! Give me back my phone.
Get off of me!
Give me back my phone. You don't need it. What do you need it for?
Get off of me!
What do you need it for?
Get off of me! Please get off of
As
me!
soon as you give me my phone.
Please get off
It's
of me!
my phone.
Please get off of me!
Registered in my name.
Please get off of me!
Give me my phone.
You're sticking my earring in my ear.
Oh, sorry.
Get off of me!
Give me my phone.
Please get off of
You
me!
can stay right here before.
You're a fucking man.
I'm not manhandling. Give me back my phone.
Get off of
Give
me!
me back my phone.
Get off of me!
My phone.
Tigger,
Give
get
me
off.
my phone.
Do you not see all them cracks?
Give me
Bro,
my phone.
why did
Stop.
you do
I'm not
that?
doing that.
Yes,
She
you did. You
dropped.
did.
She dropped. She dropped.
Bro, you're literally stepping on her.
I'm not stepping on her, Alex. I just want
Bro.
my phone. She can give me the phone and it'll be over. She can give me the phone and it would be over.
Bro, just get over her. She's gonna
I'm
give
not
you.
on her at all. Give me my phone.
Get off of me,
Give me my phone.
See, if I was anybody else, you wouldn't be doing this.
If you say so. Give me my phone.
Bro, just get over her. You can buy a new phone. Mr. Tigger! Mr. Tigger, get off of her now!
Phone.
Tigger, get
Give me back my phone.
off of
Give
me!
me back my phone.
Get off of
Give
me!
me back my phone. You don't need it. What do you need it for?
Get off of me!
What do you need it for?
Get off of me! Please get off of
As
me!
soon as you give me my phone.
Please get off
It's
of me!
my phone.
Please.
okay. Okay. Operation Sex and Body said it best. Whatever's in that phone must be enough to cost him his entire life career. I have no clue what was in that phone. I can say that allegedly Alicia Brown testified at one of the hearings that's occurred. I believe it was the defects hearing, appearing via Zoom because she was in custody at that time, that she believed that there was a male in the phone. I don't know, y'all, because the first May 9th incident, she's arguing about Francesca text messages. This hearing, she's just throwing out stuff. And until something's proven or actual evidence is out, we never know, right, what exactly was in the phone. But it's a source of contention between them their entire relationship, it appears, right? September, prior to getting married, she's arrested for snatching the phone, fighting, hitting him in the head, scratching him up, causing a laceration on his head. And then he is arrested for tussling with her. She's trying to destroy stuff in the studio. He bear hugs her. She falls into the door. This is after that incident. They're still having physical altercations, right? They're still tussling with each other over the phone. Like, this is too much. It's too much. Like, it needs to be done. So I'm glad that he filed for divorce June 11th. And mind you, I don't know exactly what date this incident occurred, but it was released to the public the same day that Alicia was arrested. Okay. And what is Alicia arrested for and sitting in jail? We're going to go through that. And remember, I told you like June 8th to remember that date. Y'all about to see why. I'm telling you, look, it's almost 2 hours. I'm still reading through documents. And all we thought happened was Tigger got arrested for bear hugging her in the studio. No. It's something almost every day with this case. Okay, so let me set up this kidnapping situation. So Tasha K, who's a YouTuber on social media, and she actually got an interview with Darrell Williams, who is the father of Alicia Brown's missing 17-year-old child. Okay. And so once Alicia posted the video about Tigger, about her injuries, everything just blew up, right? People started digging. Who is Alicia Brown? They found the casino arrest. Then if you dig as well as the casino arrest, what comes up about her is that her child was kidnapped in 2019 from foster care. And it has always been the belief that she was involved with that kidnapping, but there was never any proof She never got arrested. There was not a pending warrant. So this is not something where she's been on the run for all of this time. That is not the case. The warrant was not issued for her arrest until very recently, and we'll go over that and see the history of how this investigation went. But this was a cold case. This was a case where her daughter has been on the National Missing Child Registry for years. Okay, so I am going to play a little bit of this interview from that Tasha K did with Darrell Williams, and this is on her actual YouTube page. So I'm not on the paid subscription site and sharing that, because she will flag us for that. But she is allowing us to post some stuff from her social media. So I'm going to share this video, and I want you just to listen as he talks about like his involvement. I'm gonna play about 5 minutes of it, that the things that he went through with Alicia. They have known each other since they were kids. You're gonna hear, I believe you'll hear some kind of similar things from what we're seeing now. And then I'm gonna come back and we're going to get into this kidnapping warrant. Okay. Let me make this big. Take down. I got it queued up. Let me share. Oh, Jersey girl Trey says, if she has any hearings in Maryland, I can go to the courthouse if I know in advance. Yeah, I'm gonna pull up her docket. I'm gonna show you. So we're gonna see like what she had a bond hearing July 24th, and bond was denied. So yeah, that's good. I'm gonna show you where you can keep a track of her docket, and then maybe we can link up and you can be in person, and I can bring you up and you can tell us what happens, and we can talk about it, because it sounds like now they may have enough evidence against her on that case. She's still just been arrested, and her attorneys that are representing her now have filed a habeas because she was denied bond. So they're trying to get her out. I think she was fighting the whole extradition thing, because it took her a minute to get to Maryland from Georgia, but we're going to go through all of that. So let me bring up this video so you all can hear from the father of the oldest child that has been missing since 2019. All right, share. Okay, let me make this. Okay. All right, y'all. Let's check. Oh God. Uh-oh. No, y'all been muted the whole time. That's so lame. Sorry. Okay, hold on. Dang. And something told me I had to take a, quick little pause to the calls. Dang, hold on. Okay, let me see. It must be the way I shared it. I think I had to share this a different way. I'm so sorry, y'all. edit that out. Okay, hold on. Okay. Hold on, y'all. Why didn't that work? Share. Oh, I think okay. Tell me if y'all. Oh. Okay, good. Okay. I said, still no sound? Wait a minute. Tasha K. I get this video to play. Okay. Goodness, I'm going to cut all this out. Okay. Let me see what is going on. I must have to share this a different way. Okay, let me do it this way. Let me find. Where's the video? Okay. I'm pretty sure it's gonna work this time, y'all. Struggle stream. Okay. Y'all should hear this.
And there's some talk around that, but I don't think any abuse was alleged or anything like that.
If you can
But
hear one in the chat,
friends of yours, family members of yours, quickly got in my DM when I broke that story about Big Tigger allegedly, doing something to his wife, who is your baby mother. And they said that I needed to talk to you. And there was a reason why I needed to talk to you, because you had some information that you felt like the public needed to know, because you've also tried to talk to Big Tigger and have had no success with that. And now we are here. Basically, you guys were trying to warn him.
Right. Tried to not only warn him, I guess, but it was more about, you have a big platform. Have you seen this child? And that's what that kind of started as. And when I got word of who he was dating, Alicia, it almost made more sense to try to use his platform to get the word out that our child had been missing. And the reality is she's just hiding her. But I don't know how much of that he knew, but it's almost hard to believe that he didn't know, because if the child, or if you are dealing with this woman, at some point, I've been saying the same thing for 7 years. So I would have thought somebody from your team, I reached out directly. We tried to make you aware of the missing child, not what your wife is, or anything about that, because that is your wife. And if the child is missing, wouldn't you want to help her find him? Find her, sorry.
Okay. So let's back up a little bit, because there's a missing child. There's abuse allegations. Big Tigger is the center of it. His wife, they have a baby together. Alicia has more kids. How many kids does Alicia have total?
To my knowledge, she has 4 total.
4 kids total. I'm sorry, there's a mosquito. I had to get him. Oh my God. It's Florida. Sorry. Okay. So she has 4 total.
Yes, 4 kids.
All right. And his being the 4th, the latest one that was just born.
The last one, yes.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Now, when did you meet Alicia? Let's start from the beginning and how we're coming to know about a missing child, and obviously a rap sheet that she has that everybody's like, wait a minute, she got a mugshot. She's got some child neglect charges. It's a lot going on. And there's a missing persons report. Apparently you have custody of your child, and she has illegal custody of the child. The child was taken by way of, according to you and your family.
Y'all see, like this whole child being missing. The dad has been looking for this child the entire time. Okay, so he hasn't stopped looking, and so we're gonna fast forward a little in that interview. I'm gonna come back to it. so you all can hear exactly kind of what led to all of this. So, the arrest occurs with her leaving the child in the casino. And he's going to talk about how after that arrest occurred, he started trying to fight for custody of his child. Okay. And so now that arrest happened in 2014 and she ran away in, she ran away in 2019. So 5 years between that time, he is fighting for custody of this child. So I'm going to cut back to this interview so I can hit a little more of that. And then we are going to, I'm going to kind of speed it up just a little. And then we are going to cut to the arrest warrant so you can see how that investigation occurred and how somebody dropped a dime on her on June 8th. I don't know. I don't know who. It just is a lot is happening on June 8th. I don't know. That's around about the time she drops this video talking about Tigger's allegedly injuring her. And then a dime is dropped on her in Maryland on that same day, which leads to this. I don't know who dropped it, but we're going to go through all of that and see. But I want y'all to go back and hear this dad talk about what he's been dealing with. So what I did skip in this interview, he talks a lot about how she put fake charges on him. She would just go in and say that he was beating her, all of this stuff. He has no convictions from any of that, but he did have to go through a lot of arrests. She lied a lot. So he has, as soon as he saw, Tigger's in the picture, he's like, okay, great. This is a big name. I'm going to reach out to him, let him know. Definitely he'll be able to help me locate my child if they're dating, but Tigger blocked him, and I don't know what Alicia was telling Tigger at that time, right? Because, she could have been making up a whole nother story. He has no clue. But isn't that signs that you would do a little Googling or hire somebody to investigate this person? Like if I'm liking somebody and I really like you, but I'm who I am, and somebody reaches out and tells me this kind of stuff, like, man, have you seen my child? She's been missing. Like, I think I might kind of start questioning things. I would just take a quick little peek. I'm going to at least peek at your history and just kind of see kind of what I can see. So let's go back and hear a little bit more of what he's talking about. He had to deal with.
You gained custody of your daughter.
That's not how I gained it. That's how I started the case. I had to prove that I was a more fit parent, because I asked for full custody, but I didn't expect it. And I had to prove basically I was more of a fit parent at the time than she was. So along with that casino incident was the actual trial and all of the things that kind of transpired through a year and a half worth of court proceeding. It took me 3 years to actually get into have a trial. So during those 3 years, I was following custody plans by the courts. I was following all the rules that they had in place. This woman was not following any of the rules. She would disrupt the orders on purpose. It got so bad to a point where I was delegated to a visitation center just to go and see my daughter. And I would go and she would create problems at the visitation center to the point where they had to call the police on her as well.
So did the state have custody of the child after she left her in the car? Your baby in the car?
The state didn't take immediate custody. No. When I went to file like maybe 2 days after that happened, Child Protective Services had already been involved and they had a safety plan in place. So they didn't take custody of my daughter, but they made a plan, according to the Department of Social Services, they made a plan to have a safety plan in place. Whatever that might mean, I'm not really sure. Social workers can be more descriptive about it. But the plan was to ensure that this child is safe, monitor with mom. They had a caseworker to go and visit who she never communicated with. The caseworker on the CPS case, when that happened, was having so much issues trying to communicate with her mom. So that's pretty much why she stayed. That's why custody remained with mom and not to the state at that time.
I'm confused. So she left her in a hot car all these hours. It was on CNN.
Cold.
And they let her keep custody of that baby.
Maryland is a mom state, and it is so hard to prove that no matter what you try to prove or no matter what you do, they will not immediately separate the child from their mom. And I'm living proof of that. No matter if you leave the child in the car for 8 hours a day, a 4-year-old, and it wasn't hot. It was New Year's Eve. We're in Maryland. It was almost 3 degrees outside during that time. So it wasn't hot. It was freezing cold. That wasn't enough. I can send you the direct, the actual court documents of the the family trial, and you can read through it and see exactly what what instances I'm talking about. But that wasn't enough. I had to go through all of that, and the judge had to see, finally, she has done so much that this child is not safe or not deemed safe with her in her care. When that happened, her mom made a claim that I was abusing my daughter.
Y'all see that? Did y'all hear him? So he goes through this custody battle with her, and at the point that the judge finally says, okay, you're awarded custody, now Alicia says he was molesting the child. This is crazy.
So now the state gets back involved and takes my child immediately.
What did the mom say about you?
She said, well, it was a slew of allegations to the department. The first one was I was abusing my daughter. The second one was because she staged a runaway while I had her in my care, and I recorded it, and she didn't know about it. So the next allegation was I was taking the cameras that she didn't even know about, and I was selling them to the highest bidding child pornography buyer online. The third one was now I'm just outright molesting my daughter. For the fourth, I'm sorry.
Okay. So now you got another case on you. So what happens with that case?
So CPS opens up their investigation. They take custody of my daughter and they place her in foster care. So now she's not deemed to be with mom. We have to invest.
So if you heard what he said, now once she starts making the sexual allegations, because he has been awarded custody and mom has been found to be unfit, they don't place the child back with mom. They place the child in foster care. So that is how the now 17-year-old girl ends up in foster care. Okay. We're almost done with this video. Then I'm going to go to the kidnapping warrant and take you through the police steps in that investigation.
Dad, so they take all allegations as if they were true until they're debunked. So they removed her from my care, debunked the allegations, and when it was time for her to be returned to my care, that's when she vanished.
You heard him. So that she lodges these allegations against him for sexual misconduct with the child, even saying he was selling cameras to child pornographers of videos of the child. Just ridiculous. So once everything is debunked, he is then awarded custody again, and that is the day the child goes missing. Okay, so I have the arrest warrant from Maryland, and okay, y'all pointed out to me. Let me make sure. I mean, there's no socials. I don't see. They do put a lot of identifying information in these warrants so they can make sure that they pick the right people up. But I think I did separate out because they had like her license number. Okay, so let me go through this. All right, let me share my screen. And this is going to be the warrant from Maryland. And you'll see that this hasn't been pending the whole time since 2019. This is something current. And she was arrested on this very recently. And then we're going to go back to the court documents that crank up after this arrest. I tell y'all, this is absolutely insane. And I know Tigger is probably like kicking himself. Like, how did I end up here? Okay, sorry. Still got her video up. I mean, shout out Tasha K. She has the whole video. So if y'all want to go finish listening to that live, it is a live that says Big Tigger's wife's family secrets exposed, and she has a whole interview with Darrell Williams, who is the missing child's father. So that interview goes on and on, so you all can check that out. And let me go to this warrant. This is not audio. I know it's going to be working. All right. Okay. So this is the arrest warrant. Let me see if I can make it any bigger and still be on the screen. All right, there we go. So as you see, this is District Court of Maryland for Baltimore County. Alicia Denise Brown. This is same person that we've been talking about and everything else. And so let me go down and you'll see the date here. If you can see this, this says June 30th, 2026. So remember, Big Tigger is arrested on June 20th. This warrant was issued on June 30th. So there's a lot popping. So once she put her little video up June 8th, people started digging. And you're going to see in this warrant, somebody dropped a dime on her. Somebody gave an anonymous tip, and that led to her being arrested for that child's kidnapping. Let's go down. And now the child is alive and well. So there's not allegations that she kidnapped and did anything harmful to this child. But but it's the fact that the court awarded custody to the dad, and she took the child away from foster care so that the child could not be placed back with her father as the court had ordered. So let me go down. So this is a statement of charges, and it talks about what she's charged with here. It's abducting a child relative in state and abducting a child custody out of state. So she's got both charges. One is the in state is a misdemeanor, out of state is a felony. So this is the complaint, was filed by Detective Moore against Alicia Brown. It's the telephone number there. Scroll past her license number. Let's see. All right, let's get to the meat. Okay, so this affidavit is attached to the warrant. So remember how the other warrants, the probable cause was kind of typed up in the body of the warrant. This is a separate affidavit that's going to run about 3 pages that takes us from the time the child was kidnapped until today. All right. So in January of 2024, Detective Moore was assigned to investigate a missing cold case involving a missing child age 10 who had been reported missing by her foster parent on May 25th, 2019. Detective, Chicken Chow Mein 77, you asked why isn't she in jail? She's in jail now, but as I read through this warrant, you'll understand why she hadn't been the whole time. They didn't have enough information for the warrant, and somebody gave them a really good tip recently in June, and that's how they were able to get this warrant. Okay, so let me go back. So the child went reported missing from the foster parent on May 25th, 2019. Detective Moore reviewed multiple reports pertaining to this case once assigned. So he got assigned January of 24. The missing report was originally reported by a foster parent on May 25th, 2019, after the foster parent was awakened by an alarm which alerted her that the front door to her home was open. It was reported that the foster parent went downstairs in her home to find that the missing child was no longer inside of her residence. The foster parent believed that the missing child ran away from the home, utilizing the front door as the exit. After calling 911, the foster parent reviewed interior video surveillance from which the foster parent described seeing the missing child pacing in the front living room space of her home before leaving out of the front exit door. The foster parent also later reviewed exterior surveillance of her home, which showed a white SUV driving slowly by the house minutes before the missing child left the home. It should be noted that the missing child's mother, defendant Alicia Brown, owned a white BMW SUV with Maryland registration 4DB9431 that was similar in appearance to the vehicle in the surveillance video during the time of the incident. On May 29th, 2019, Detective Pringer, who's now retired, reported that he responded to 13 Devlin Court 21117, as this is an address that defendant Brown is known to frequent. Detective Pringer reported that he observed defendant Brown outside of her white BMW, loading a different child in the vehicle. Detective Pringer reported that defendant Brown advised that she had heard from the missing child via text message, but has no idea where she might be. Detective Pringer reported that he requested a working number for defendant Alicia Brown, but she instructed Detective Pringer to speak with her attorney. This is what I always advise people. We don't talk to the police. So she did right. She shut down and said, talk to my attorney. Detective Pringer reported that he spoke with defendant Brown's attorney and they discussed the case. Detective Pringer reported that he asked the attorney if he could have defendant Brown provide pictures of the missing child for a media release, and if she could provide the number that the missing child texted from. The attorney responded with a picture, but no information about the number that the missing child texted from. Detective Pranger reported that he made a second request to the attorney on June 3rd, 2019, to acquire screenshots of the conversation between defendant Brown and the missing child to aid in the investigation, but received no response from the attorney. Detective Pranger reported that on August 19th, 2019, Mr. Darrell Williams, who's the guy we just got through listening to the interview on Tasha K., who is the biological father of the missing child, provided information that defendant Alicia Brown attended a family reunion in Rocky Mount, North Carolina. It was believed by parties involved that the missing child was seen at this reunion by hotel staff members. Detective Pranger spoke with management of the hotel, who confirmed that there was a family reunion at the hotel, but no staff members recognized the missing child from the photographs that were sent. Detective Pranger reported that he received information on August 26, 2019, from a representative of the Department of Social Services stating Brown had withdrawn her biological son from Baltimore County Public Schools. That would be Alex Brown, the child that we heard in the Mr. Tigger video. Detective Pranger reported that the boy's father, who is different from the missing father, confirmed that their son was re-enrolled at Palisades Park Elementary School located in Mecklenburg, North Carolina. The boy's father lives in Baltimore, Maryland. It was later confirmed by Detective Pranger that defendant Brown purchased a building lot in Mecklenburg County, North Carolina. Detective Pranger authored additional reports regarding information he received pertaining to the missing child's whereabouts. Detective Pranger concluded that there had been no additional updates to the whereabouts of the missing child in 2020. Detective Pranger then reported that it was believed that the missing child was in the custody of her mother, defendant Alicia Brown. That's the end of the story in 2020. So there's nothing on this case from 2020 until June 8th of 2026. Okay. So Detective Moore, he got this case in June of 24. He goes through the reports. He kind of gets caught up abreast, but that case went cold in 2020. It doesn't sound like he did anything else until June 8th of 2026. Okay. It says on June 8th, 2026, Detective Moore received notification from a lead report authored by a representative of the National Center of Missing and Exploited Children that an anonymous caller provided information pertaining to the whereabouts of the missing child. June 8th is about the time that Alicia released that video. I believe she put her video out like around the 6th or so. And on the 8th, somebody is giving a tip to the National Center of Missing and Exploited Children. So she put herself out there, people got to digging, and somebody told. The anonymous caller stated that the missing child lives in Sandy Springs, Georgia, with her grandmother. Name was not provided. This would be Alicia's mom. And advised that defendant Alicia Brown's house is not far from there. The anonymous caller explained that the missing child was enrolled in a school in Sandy Springs, Georgia, but switched to a private school attending Penn Foster online. The anonymous caller mentioned that the missing child now goes by an alias name and was possibly working at the Smoothie King in Perimeter Mall, but the anonymous caller stated that they were not sure if the missing child is still there. Now, remember we told you all, like, Alicia works in cybersecurity, so she has given this child an alias. I don't know. I don't have any kids yet, so I'm not sure what all you have to present to enroll a child in school, but I would think that it would be identifying documents. So if the child is going by an alias, the documentation that's presented would have to match that alias. And so I don't know. I don't know. Could we presume that those documents are fake? I don't know. Did mom forge them if the child is in an alias name? What all type of identification does she have in this alias name, right? If she's working, she has to fill out a W-2 to work. Is that W-2 filled out in her born name or the alias? I don't know. My mom's in cybersecurity, so if anybody knows how to do the workarounds, it would be mom. I hear my 4 girls 363 says grandma going to prison. It sounds like grandma may be complicit in co-defendant in this kidnapping. Allegedly. Let me make sure we say allegedly. I don't want to get any defamation lawsuits over here. Detective Moore received several anonymous calls and lead reports pertaining to similar information received by the anonymous caller. Detective Moore began to further investigate the information provided, and the investigation revealed that defendant Alicia Brown enrolled a child under the similar alias that was mentioned by the anonymous caller into Mill Creek High School located in Gwinnett County, Georgia, while utilizing the email address brown.alicia1023@gmail.com. Records show that defendant Alicia Brown enrolled said child on August 8th, 2023, and withdrew said child on July 26, 2024. So that child would have attended a full year of school at this high school. And so when she puts herself out there with the video from Tigger and is picked up on social media and everybody starts watching it, people that attended Mill Creek or work there know that she's dropped this child off. They seen her. And then when the reports come out that she had kidnapped this girl, somebody's telling, right? Somebody's providing this information because now they have a reason to connect the dots. But no one would have ever been talking about her, talking about this kidnapped child or anything had she not released the video with her injury about Big Tigger. The records that showed that the child, when the child enrolled and withdrew, were provided by a representative of the Gwinnett County School Police Department. So they're actual factual, allegedly. A search through police databases was conducted utilizing the alias name and date of birth provided by the school records. The search revealed an incident involving, look, y'all gotta hear this. When I tell you the police can connect the dots, listen to this. So the search through this police database was conducted utilizing the alias name and date of birth provided by the school records. Mind you, it came from Alicia Brown's email address. The search revealed an incident involving the Dunwoody Police Department. The incident was reported as a vehicle crash involving 2 vehicles occupied by 2 drivers and 1 passenger. Detective Moore was able to obtain and view body-worn camera footage from the Dunwoody Police Department of the incident. While viewing the body-worn camera footage, Detective Moore observed a Dunwoody police officer speaking with the passenger and obtaining her information. The passenger provided the same alias, name, and date of birth previously used by defendant Brown to enroll the child in school. Detective Moore further observed that the passenger appeared to resemble an older version of the missing child. So look, y'all, police work. She was in a car accident. This is not a crime. This is not an arrest. This is nothing that you're thinking will ever come up or come back to bite you. But in Alicia's case, it did. So every time a police officer comes to investigate a simple car accident, even if it's just no DUIs involved, no reckless driving, just a simple citation. Maybe somebody was following too closely or merged over into a lane and struck a vehicle. Like, right, nothing nobody's going to jail for. That body-worn camera is always on. And as the officer is talking to each party involved in the accident, are you okay? Can you tell me what happened? Can I get your ID for the report? That is all captured on camera. So this officer, this detective, was able to pull that information. He pulls the video and lo and behold, boom, there's the child. talking to the officer in a car accident in Dunwoody. So what does that do? That places the child here in Georgia. That places the child with the mother because the mother was also involved in this car accident. And so now the detective is starting to get that probable cause for a warrant, because before they just had reports and sightings and people were like, oh no, we didn't see her. But this is something you can't kind of deny, right? It's on the body cam. So I have had body cams like this used in criminal cases with other clients that are solved. I had a case in, I won't go into the county, but anyway, it was an armed robbery case at a convenience store. And when they had the alleged suspect's name, they ran that through a database and he had been arrested for something else. They pulled that body cam from the arrest to see if he looked like the person in this crime. So like none of that stuff ever goes away. It's in a database always. And that is how they were able to say, no, there's a child there. So she's alive. She's with mom. She's in Dunwoody. And that is how you start to get the probable cause for this out of state case of kidnapping. Okay. So let me go back to this warrant. Detective Moore contacted the missing child's biological father, Darrell Williams, and informed him of the above information. Mr. Williams was shown a picture of the passenger involved in the crash in Dunwoody. The photograph shown to Mr. Williams was a still shot taken directly from the body-worn camera footage obtained from Dunwoody Police Department. Mr. Williams was able to positively identify the child in the video, providing the Dunwoody police officer with the alias name as the missing child. Detective Moore authored a search warrant for the Google account of defender Alicia Brown, the email address that she used to enroll the child in school. The search warrant was signed by Circuit Court Judge Alexander. Detective Moore received content from the Google account used by defendant Alicia Brown, which revealed photographs of the missing child with defendant Alicia Brown, confirming that the child is alive and well. The photographs show that defendant Brown was in possession of the missing child over the past several years. The content also revealed that health benefits, dental appointments, plane tickets, etc., were obtained utilizing the alias name and date of birth for the missing child over the past several years. That is including time that she has been married to Big Tigger. So I don't know what's going to come out, if Big Tigger knew about this child, if she was ever around him, but from the email address, they were able to see, health benefits, dental appointments, plane tickets purchased. So that means that the child has been traveling, if possibly alone or with someone else, right? Over this time, who was she traveling with? Was she ever traveling with Big Tigger? I don't know. The police will know, right? Because they subpoenaed these records. He has not been arrested or charged, but could he possibly be involved in this? I have no clue. We're just going to have to see. We know grandma possibly involved. I think someone said grandma might be going to prison, allegedly, right? So let's keep reading. It should be noted that the missing child was actively in placement at a foster home authorized by Baltimore County Department of Social Services, who held temporary limited guardianship custody of the missing child, signed by Judge Cox. The missing child was due to return to her biological father, Mr. Darrell Williams, prior to her missing status, who was originally awarded sole legal custody on January 17, 2019 by Judge Cox. The custody agreement was disrupted by allegations that were investigated and reviewed by the state's attorney's office, which were later given an unsubstantiated disposition. And those would be the allegations that you heard Darrell Williams talk about on Tasha K, right? She alleged that he was molesting the child, that he had taken videos of the child and sold them to pornographers. And there were a couple of other allegations. I think it was a total of 4 that she made to try to delay him getting custody of his child. The court extended the guardianship order to the Baltimore County Department of Social Services due to the child's continued missing status. The court further ordered that upon the child's location and recovery, physical custody of the child should be returned to the father in accordance with the terms of the court's order. Based on the court's order and the custody status in effect at that time, Defendant Brown was never authorized or given permission to remove the missing child from the custody of the Department of Social Services, nor was Defendant Brown authorized to remove or transport the missing child outside the state of Maryland. And all events occurred in Baltimore County, Maryland. This was the signed affidavit, and if we scroll back up, you'll see this affidavit was presented to a judge, and that judge signed the warrant, which allowed her to be arrested. Let me get back up. So this was the arrest warrant that the judge issued after reviewing the affidavit and what she was arrested on. Okay, so let's get to that arrest. So this warrant's issued June 30th. And mind you, what's going on here in Atlanta, right? Tigger was arrested on June 20th. And after he gets arrested, he immediately bonds out. But something happens next prior to the wife being arrested. And let me pull that up. And it's typically done, and you see it done even more so when the parties are already going through a divorce. But the wife filed for a temporary protective order. Okay. That was filed for after Big Tigger was arrested on June 20th. Like, when I tell you all, this is crazy. Like, it's 2.5 hours, and I'm still going through documents. I'm still going through arrest warrants, and I still have one more warrant application to talk about for the wife to be arrested. But right now, I can tell you the wife. Oh, let me show you that screen. She has been picked up. She was arrested in Hart County. We'll see details of that in Tigger's emergency motion for custody. She, let me share the Baltimore court system docket. All right, so today when I was going to look, I'm like, okay, did she get extradited yet? Because she gets arrested on that warrant that I just reviewed and held in Hart County, Georgia. That's where she was arrested. She was trying to make, I'm not going to say she was making a run for it because she wasn't aware of this warrant, but she was leaving the jurisdiction while this divorce and all that stuff was pending. Well, actually, she hadn't been served with a divorce yet. So like stuff is going on simultaneously, but each party doesn't know what the other's doing per se. So at this point, all she knows is that Tigger's been arrested. Can have no further contact with her. He's gotten bonded right back out, right? He got a bond that same day. And then a few days later, she goes to file for this restraining order. She's going to get it. Okay, I'm going to talk about how that whole process works. But for whatever reason, she's fleeing top of July, and that is when she's arrested, and she's been in custody ever since. So currently she sits in Baltimore County Jail. I think Jersey Girl Trey stays right down the street. So this is the docket here for her criminal case. You can see the filing date was June 30th because that's the date that the warrant was issued. Has involved parties. Alicia has her addresses down here. This is her attorney's information. She had an appearance, but I don't. Oh, this is just when the state's attorney entered appearance. I was like, I don't think she was in custody July 1st. Let's see. It might have been the day she got arrested though. So she had a bail hearing July 24th, 2026 at 1:00. I can tell you that that bond was denied. And so she's still in custody. It says warrant served July 24th, and that's going to be because that's the day that she actually got booked into the Baltimore County Jail. So that is when they're marking that date, and it says hold without bond. So she currently does not have a bond yet on her case, and I do not see any other court appearances. Let me just check and see. I did see that her attorneys they filed a motion and demand for discovery that was done on the 27th, but she has another case. Oh, they filed a writ of habeas corpus for her on July 24th as well. So when she actually got in Maryland, she already had attorneys in place and they jumped in and started filing. So that's what's going on with mom. She is currently in custody in Maryland due to the kidnapping charges. I don't know how long she's going to be in custody, but let me bag it up. So mom hasn't been arrested yet. Warrant was issued June 30th. Tigger was arrested June 20th. And after Tigger's arrest, mom goes to file for a TPO. And that is what we're going to go through. And after we go through the TPO, I'm going to get into the one document that had like all the tea, and that's an emergency motion that Tigger filed. But y'all, it's so much. I want to just take you through it step by step. All right, so this is the petition for a temporary protective order. Let's go over this. Okay, so most times when every time that someone's arrested for a criminal charge, when it has to do with violence against another party, there are victim advocates from the prosecutor's office, whether it's a misdemeanor or felony, that will communicate with the victim. They'll offer them services. They'll tell them how they can obtain services. They will also explain to them that they have a right to file for a restraining order if they fear for their life or safety. Now, most times when someone's arrested for a criminal case, you're going to see a no further contact order, unless, like in Tigger's case, when she got arrested in September before they got married, he wanted visitation. So her order said no further violent contact. But when Tigger got arrested, she didn't want any contact with him. So his order said no further contact with her. So that is a type of protective order that's on the criminal case, but the temporary protective order that she filed for is a civil hearing, and that is a separate hearing. So these hearings don't involve jail time per se, unless you violate the protective order, but it's a civil hearing for someone to get a formal stay away file. So you'll have to stay away like 200 feet away. Also with these TPOs, and a lot of times you'll see people take advantage of them in a divorce hearing, the judge can go ahead and make temporary findings on who's going to stay in the house, who's going to get custody of the child, who's going to pay child support, who's going to get the car. That kind of stuff can be dealt with in a temporary protective order as well, which is why sometimes a lot of parties will use them at their advantage. If another party gets arrested, they're like, boom, here's my chance. I got enough now for my restraining order. I can get you out of the home. And while the divorce is pending, this temporary protective order will be what's governing the parties. Okay. So Alicia Brown files for this protective order. She also lists the minors, XB, which is Tigger's child, AB, and AB. So there is an AB that is the missing child, Aaliyah Brown, the one that's 17 now. Alicia Brown had another daughter that is 4 years old now, and she named that child Aaliyah Brown as well. You're going to hear some more from Daryl as to why he thinks that is the case, but she literally has 2 kids with the same name. But as you heard, the older 17-year-old goes by alias. I don't know what that alias is. And the younger child, they say they call her Autumn, I believe, but her name is Aaliyah Brown as well. So, and the other AB is Alex Brown, which is the child that you saw in the video that was screaming, Mr. Tigger, Mr. Tigger. So she files this TPO on behalf of herself and them. And she states she's a resident of Fulton County, talks about the marital property where she stays. And she says that the parties, the petitioner and respondent, are present spouses and live in the same household. She uses as a basis for this TPO the May 9th incident. She says that the petitioner and respondent are currently married and live together. Respondent was arrested on June 20th for aggravated assault. She says aggravated assault, and I see that a lot of times used in the filings, but it was aggravated battery. So different charges. Aggravated assault could be you pulling a gun on someone. It could be you shooting someone. It's a different charge than aggravated battery. So that he's actually charged with aggravated battery and cruelty to children. So this isn't a lie. It's just a misstatement because they're not lawyers, so they don't understand. Respondent was released on a bond condition that he cannot come back to the marital home and must stay away from Alicia. Alicia and Tigger got into an altercation and Tigger is the respondent in this document, where in the divorce he filed, so he was the petitioner. So in this document, the plaintiff or petitioner is Alicia and respondent is Tigger. So Alicia and Tigger got into an altercation and this is how Alicia describes the incident, where Tigger slammed Alicia's head into the door in front of one of the minor children, causing a massive injury on her eye. Well, we know from later documents that Alex wasn't around for that incident. He was upstairs, but this is when you file for this is just one party's statement. That's why it's filed in an ex parte manner, meaning the other party isn't there. So when you go apply for a TPO, you go down to the Superior Court of whatever county the other party stays in, and you go meet with a judge by yourself. Usually people will help you fill out the paperwork, and then the judge will bring you in her chambers and ask you some questions and read over your document. And so this is not a hearing with both sides. It's an ex parte hearing. And if in that hearing you meet probable cause for the TPO to be issued, the judge will grant it on a temporary basis. Usually it's only good for like 30 days, because within 30 days, they have to have the actual full hearing where the other party gets to be present and present their side of it. So they're not granted originally on a year. It's just temporary until there's a hearing. And if it's granted after the hearing, then it can be issued for a year. So these allegations are not true and proven. This is just the petitioner, who is Alicia Brown, reporting these things to the court. So she says that Tigger slammed her head into the door in front of one of the minor children, causing a massive injury to her eye. She had immediately go to Grady Hospital, where she received stitches. Grady called the Sandy Springs police, but we know that actually she went to urgent care first, and urgent care is the one that calls the police. She didn't make any statements, and then later she's taken to Grady. She says they arrested Tigger since the incident was caught on a Ring camera in the home. And she says that she stayed in a hotel that night out of fear for her safety. 5/18, she says that Tigger and herself went to marriage counseling. Tigger had been telling her to lie about the incident on the 9th to the marriage counselor so that he could keep his job. So basically she's saying, Tigger, when they get ready to go to marriage counseling, it's like, don't go in here telling this lady what really happened. Let's lie about it so I can keep my job at the radio station. June 10th, Tigger made Alicia sign off on a letter. And again, these are Alicia's allegations. Okay, so this is what she's saying occurred. She says on June 10th that Tigger made her sign off on a letter that stated the incident on the 9th, and she's referring to May 9th, never occurred. Tigger frequently intimidates her by reminding her that he knows a lot of powerful people, and that if she tells anyone that Tigger has been physically violent, that he will make sure she loses everything. June 20th, Tigger was arrested for the incident on May 9th after the police had conducted an investigation and released the same day. June 22nd, Tigger came to the home with 2 sheriff's officers and took all of the vehicles, all of the keys to the home. He removed Alicia's access to all the cameras in the home and removed Alicia's access to open and close the gate to the house. When a package comes, Tigger is opening and closing the gate even though he is not there, but can still see when someone arrives or leaves the home. Tigger is exerting a high level of control by maintaining exclusive access to the home and the home's cameras. She says that on 6/22, Tigger made a social media post stating, "Life is a cruel teacher. She loved to give you the test first and the lesson later," writing a caption that said, "Oh, but you gonna learn." Alicia felt extremely fearful that the post was directed at her and that Tigger was going to do something to harm her. She then says they have 2 kids. That petitioner and respondent have 2 children under the age of 18, and their names are Xavier Brown and Autumn Brown. Mind you, I told you Autumn's name is Aaliyah Brown, but she goes by Autumn, and she is calling this person Tigger's child when in fact it is not Tigger's child. She states that she has Alex Brown, a 13-year-old by a previous that's also a minor child that lives in the home, and she wants him to be a part of this protective order as well. Now, she could have said the same thing about Autumn Brown here, but she put it as if Autumn was Tigger's child, and that's not correct. She says that she believes Tigger has a criminal record, but she references the 2026 arrest. And I will tell you all that whenever someone files for a TPO after you have been arrested for a crime that falls under that family violence protective act, it is a higher chance that you will get a TPO. It's not always the case, because I've had a recent client whose TPO was dismissed because the judge felt like, you know, it was a one-off. But if they're able to kind of show an incident occurred, show that there's history of future crimes possibly happening or things that have occurred after that one, and the judge finds probable cause, then they'll issue that TPO. But it's always easier if the person has been arrested for a crime already, because that person has a warrant for an arrest, meaning that there was probable cause for a judge to sign off on it. And so it's a higher chance that you'll get your TPO. She says that she's dependent upon the family residence for shelter, and she asks to be granted the temporary use and possession of said residence together with all the personal property contained therein, except for Big Tigger's clothing. The ones that mark NA are not applying to her. She's not asking for those. She's only asking for the ones with the X's. She says that the minor children are dependent upon the respondent for support and requests that temporary child support be ordered. She's asking that, saying that she is dependent upon Big Tigger for support, and she asks that she be awarded temporary support as well, and states that the minor children are currently in the custody and control of, asking for legal and physical custody of the kids. Petitioner also asks that, that Tigger give back the car keys to the Cadillac, keys to the home, and the garage door opener. And here the petitioner asks that the court set a hearing no later than 30 days from this filing, that the court order that she, Tigger have to stay away from her to up to 200 yards, that she has sole legal and physical custody of the children, order that Tigger have to vacate the marital residence, that the judge grant her exclusive and temporary use of that residence. Basically, she's asking that the court award her everything that she asked for in the petition, which includes child support, spousal support, the use of the automobile. And so all of this is a part of her petition. She also wants him to be ordered to go to a batterer's intervention program and to follow the recommended treatment. There were items here that, the Cadillac, the keys to the home, that's going to be returned, and that he give her back access to the Ring cameras and to the home gate. All right. So that was the petition for it. And here's an ex parte order, meaning that the judge, after hearing this petition on 24th, found probable cause and granted Alicia Brown this protective order on a temporary basis that said, and it set a hearing date, because remember I told you that it can be granted, but you got to have this hearing date within 30 days. So this order was granted on June 24th, and a hearing was set for July 13th, and we'll get into kind of what happened at that hearing. This order says that the respondent is hereby enjoined and restrained from doing or attempting to do anything threatening any act of injury to Alicia. He can't follow her, harass her, harm, or abuse her or the minor children. He's not to interfere with her travel, transportation, or communication. He should not follow her, place her under surveillance, or contact her at any place that for the purpose of harassing and intimidating her. This says that he cannot do any threatening acts to the family, household, or household pets. This court determined that it had jurisdiction over the parties because they both reside in Fulton County, more so that Tigger resides in Fulton County. So, and then the ones that are marked with these A's, these are the things that the judge has awarded. So until further order of the court, Alicia was awarded sole and exclusive use of the family residence. She was, and a respondent, Big Tigger, was ordered to leave immediately with law enforcement. And so basically when he would get served with this TPO, he would then be required to leave the home immediately. They would allow him to just gather what you could get like in 30 minutes or an hour, and you got to go. So that is what would happen when he was served with this. He never got served with this, but this is what the order said. He was ordered to stay away from her minor children's residence, workplace, school, Stay 200 yards away from her and the minor children, which is included one of his kids, well, his child, as well as Autumn and Alex. Ordered not to have any contact, direct or indirect, with Alicia by telephone, fax, or email. The judge did not do anything about child support or temporary support at this time. All right, it can still be dealt with at the full TPO hearing, but on a temporary basis, she did not grant any of that. Respondent is ordered not to sell, take, transfer, conceal or hide, damage, contract to sell. Basically, you can't do anything with any of the property. So when this is put in place, if you get put out your home, you can't then start cutting the lights off. You can't cut the power off. You can't do anything to the home that you were forced to leave. You just got to leave and let the court system handle that. So this is where it talks about you can't disconnect any utilities. You can't cut off the auto, health, or life insurance for her. You can't do anything retaliatory when you get a TPO granted against you. She was awarded sole possession of the Cadillac Escalade 2005. This is NA. And it says to be determined, respondent must remove his access from all Ring cameras and remote access to the home gate and restore Alicia's sole and exclusive access to the cameras and remote access to the home gate. And it was signed by the judge. So this is on a temporary basis, and the hearing was set for July 13th. So what I'm going to tell you is that Big Tigger never gets served with this TPO. The sheriff's office never gets a chance to serve him with it. He does accept service of it when he has a hearing on the divorce case, but he's never served by the sheriff. So he's never kicked out of the home by the sheriff. At this point, though, he can't go back to the home because remember, he has the arrest from June 20th, and his bond conditions was that he stay away from Alicia, that he stay away from the home. He can only have third-party communication with her due to visitation. But as you'll see, once the TPO is issued, it's like, bro, you can't talk about nothing. Nothing. Okay, we'll see you on the 13th. You can work out everything then, but you got to go. I am Starseed74 says she had a plan she was executing, period. This is too calculated. Kid, cameraman, totally involved based on his mother. She's a sociopath, and she trained these children to be the same. And isn't that sad? But I'm right there with you, right? He's the child. He's the one that released this video. When he releases it, nothing's happened, right? Because this is the day that she's fleeing to another state and she gets arrested. But somehow he gets word, he's told, somehow he puts that video out that day when his mom gets arrested. And you're going to see else how he texts Tigger some things as well. So she is all of this behavior is already influencing the 13-year-old child to allegedly act in certain ways. And so it's just really sad. And there's 4 kids, right? There's this missing girl who's been kidnapped from her father because he was awarded custody of her, and allegedly Alicia took this child at that time before he could go back with dad. So it's just a lot of illegal activity that's happening around the kids. You kind of wonder how they're going to be affected mentally by all of this. You're going to see in a later document, we're going to review some emails from the school where they even speak on all of the stuff that the kids are going through at this time. So it's a lot. It's really, really sad. Chicken Chow Main 77 says, I appreciate the Fit Lawyer ATL, very thorough and detailed. Thank you so much. And that's how I try to be. And that's the only reason I haven't jumped into the Nolan Wells case right now. It's all over the place, right? I need some documents. So as soon as we get some filings, possible arrest warrant in that case, I'll be in and reporting. But I gotta go off the facts. I gotta go off the documents. I gotta go off of what's actually happening in court. So that's what we do over here, Legally Speaking with Fit. So thank you all so much for tuning in. Hit the like button, share this live, subscribe so you can stay updated because we'll be coming back with other cases as well. All right, so where are we at now? Tigger's been arrested. Wife's filed for TPO. Mind you, Tigger filed for divorce June 11th, but I haven't told you that wife has been served with that, right? Okay, so Tigger's out on bonds for his arrest. Wife asks for his TPO. Is temporarily granted. What happens next? Wife arrested on her kidnapping warrants. Okay, so we're going to read an emergency motion that's filed after this occurs because y'all remember now, Tigger's on a no contact, right? He can't be around her because of this TPO now. He hasn't been served with it, But the no further contact with the arrest case, they're out of the home. They're not around each other. So neither knows what the other is doing. So Tigger gets a phone call, and we're going to read a document that talks about that, where he is informed that Alicia has been arrested on her warrant. So let us go to that document. So mind you, I told you he filed for divorce. Alicia gets arrested, and then it's a frantic filing from his attorney. You're going to see as we read it. Precious is an amazing attorney. She's done some great things, but this motion is towed up with some extra words, some other little stuff, a little too much information, but it was a panic, right? Because mom is taken into custody. Dad has been kicked out of the house, right? Tigger's out of the house. He doesn't have his child. So his attorney is frantically filing something so he can get custody of the child while Alicia sits in custody. Okay. So we are getting ready to, let me bring that one up. So let me go make sure I'm closing things out as I go through them, y'all. So many documents open. All right. So let me go to, okay. All right, I went over the Maryland arrest warrant. Okay, so there's a couple of emergency filings right after Alicia gets arrested, and the first one is going to be Big Tigger's emergency motion for temporary custody. And now I've separated this document out. It's like 29 pages, but I've separated the motion from the exhibit so it can make it easier for us to go back and forth as I review that. So let me get my exhibits ready. All right, we're ready. Let's go. All right. Okay. All right, let me drop myself down. Okay, so keep up with the dates now. So this is July 7th. All right, so we had that TPO hearing on the 24th. She got it granted. I told you Tigger was never served with it. Wife is arrested. I believe she was arrested July 1st. It may be stated in this motion, but she's arrested, and then this motion is filed because now the child that she had in the car when she was arrested, she had two kids. She had the 4-year-old and Tigger's child. They were taken into defects custody when she was arrested up in Hart County. Okay, so this document kind of details how all of that happened. So let's get into it. All right, let me see if any questions over here. All right. So this says petitioner's emergency motion for temporary custody and exclusive possession of petitioner's residence and vehicles that are petitioner's separate property, and motion for contempt of the domestic standing order and sanctions, or in the alternative, ex parte relief. All right. That's a long sentence, long heading. Let's get into it. So comes now Big Tigger by his undersigned counsel and files emergency motion for temporary custody. We just went through all of that, pursuant to Fulton County local rules, and request that this court schedule and conduct an emergency hearing within 48 hours after the date and time of filing, or within the time limits as determined by the nature of the emergency, for the following reasons. Okay, so you can file emergency because remember he filed for divorce June 11th, right? And so since then he got arrested. He got this no further contact he's under. They haven't done any hearings in the divorce yet because wife hasn't been served with it. But he still has to abide by his bond conditions, which say stay away from the kids. Mom goes and gets arrested. So this is an emergency situation. So normally, you file a motion in court. You might have to it might be 30 days before you get a hearing or longer, but you are allowed under certain rules to file and request an emergency hearing. When you file this type of emergency hearing, the staff attorney for the judge will review it. And if they determine and deem it an emergency, then it'll be set for a hearing. Okay, so this was deemed an emergency and it was set for a hearing rather quickly. So we're going to go through these statement of facts. Pull this back up. All right, so it says petitioner filed for divorce. And I don't think I've spoke about who these attorneys are in this case. Let me see. I had something pulled up that. I don't know if y'all follow Housewives and stay abreast on all of that. Oh, it looks like must have got closed down. So I don't know if y'all paid attention, but Ralph and Drew were going through a divorce, right? And so Ralph, if you followed that divorce at all, had 3 attorneys. And I'm trying to pull up the post that I'm referencing. And so within him having all of these attorneys, his last attorney that he ended up with was the attorney that is representing Big Tigger now, and that's Precious Anderson. I just want to see if I can find this post. I thought it was kind of funny because I was like, "Oh, Ralph, you ain't supposed to be saying all that." I don't know how to make this. Let me see if I can make this bigger, because if I can't, it's no point in bringing it up. Okay, so I'm just gonna read it. So Ralph put up a post after his divorce was finalized with Drew, because I don't know if you all followed, but Ralph was in the basement of that divorce. It was on Housewives, but he ended up with custody of the kids. Drew had to get out of the home. I can't remember. Does she have to pay him child support? I think she may have to pay child support, but he wanted that hearing. So when he got finished winning, he took a picture with the attorney, posted his long post, and thanked Dennis and said, "Thanks, Dennis, for sending me Precious. She did everything she said she was going to do, just like she helped you get joint custody with Portia." So she also helped Dennis, in his case, fight with the Portia. I don't necessarily know how big of a fight that was, but anyway, got joint custody for her there. So now she is representing Big Tigger in this case. So that is who the attorney is. And I don't know if you also watch Housewives, you know who Randy Kessler is. He is not listed on the documents, but his office is. And so there are 2 attorneys from Kessler's firm that are representing Alicia Brown in this divorce hearing. So just wanted to update you on the attorneys. Shout out to them both. They are working overtime and getting paid double time because it's back and forth almost every day in this case. All right, so statement of facts. So petitioner filed for divorce. And this is what I tell you now. I know that, let me see what time this document was filed. It's 5:09 p.m. Okay, so that's when it was processed. So she probably filed it like about 4 or something. So just imagine you getting this news, something's happened, the baby mama's or the wife's arrested, the child's just out there, nobody has them. So she's like at the office typing ferociously to get this motion filed. Okay, so forgive the typos. They're not in her normal filings, but it's a lot in this document, which lets me know that this was prepared really quickly because she was trying to get this emergency hearing. So the petitioner filed for divorce on July 11th. We know that's not correct. It's June 11th, just a typo, 2026. And respondent was served June 26, 2026. I do not, was she served on June 26? I didn't think she was served yet with the divorce. I don't know. Let's keep reading. But like I say, it's a couple of little Scrivener errors in here. The parties were married October 18, 2025. The parties lived in Big Tigger's separate property, meaning this is something he owns on his own prior to even meeting this girl. And that's in Sandy Springs. He purchased that October 31st, 2018. The respondent, who was Alicia in this case, has 2 other properties, one of which is an apartment leased in her name in Atlanta, Georgia, somewhere, in a home in Decula, Forsyth County, where she previously lived before moving into Big Tigger's home. The parties have 1 minor son born in 2025, and Alicia is the mother of 4 minor children, of which only the minor son is the child of the party. So remember in the TPO, she said that it was 2 kids that were theirs, but only 1 is his. There's no question about that. He didn't even know her when the 4-year-old Aaliyah Brown was born. Respondent withdrew, and that's Alicia withdrew the minor son and her 4-year-old daughter from the Goddard School on July 6, 2026. Responded, that's right. So she got arrested, I believe, like that night. So she gets arrested July 6th. This is filed July 7th. So I'm telling you, this is a frantic filing here to get an emergency hearing before the judge. Goddard School that she was moving. The Goddard School sent communication about the withdrawal to Alicia and Big Tigger via email on July 6th. At word, he's taking a break from work right now, but he's sitting wherever. He gets this email that she's taking the kids out of school. So you start, spidey senses go off. You're like, okay, what's going on? What's going on? I'm sure phone calls were made to the lawyer. Something's going on. She withdrew the kids. And I don't know what phone calls were made, what was going on, but you know, people are panicking because like something's about to happen. A move is about to happen. On July 1st, 2026, 2 warrants for respondents' arrest were taken out by the Baltimore Police Department for felony parental abduction out of state and misdemeanor parental abduction in state involving Alicia's now teenage daughter who has been missing for nearly 7 years. And remember, those warrants were issued June 30th by that officer after he got the tips about her being in school in Mill Creek and all of that. That's when those are issued. So on July 6th, that is when Alicia is arrested on those warrants. She was arrested a few miles shy of the South Carolina line, traveling north in her Range Rover with a minor child and her minor 4-year-old daughter. So she has Tigger's son and her 4-year-old daughter in the car with her. Alicia provided no notice of her moving, withdrawing their minor child and her 4-year-old daughter from the Goddard School or of the 2 parental abduction warrants. Now, she didn't know about the warrants. They were just issued on the 30th. This has been a cold case since 2019. And it's not even like she's running from the warrants because she's driving in direction to the warrants, right? She's going up closer to Baltimore than she is here, leaving here. And they caught her right before the line in Hart County. Respondent received no court order from this court to move or travel out of the state of Georgia with a minor child. Because if you all remember, we talked about this standing orders in place. It's in place in the TPO and that Tigger never got served with, but I'm going to show you what they're referencing. And it's this document. So whenever a divorce, a civil hearing is filed, every county has their automatic standing order. It's a document that nobody has to type because it's an automatic order. You don't even have to do anything. When you file for your divorce, what's also going to be filed by the clerk is this automatic standing order because they have already put this in place and said that it applies to every domestic case. So when you file for divorce, this document will also come through filing and it'll have your names put in and the case number. And it says things like each party is required to complete a domestic intake worksheet. That's going to be and bring it to the conference. You're also required to, and number 3 is what she's violated, is to stay in the jurisdiction. You cannot leave. You can't, whenever custody of a minor child is in play, because they have a child together, you're hereby enjoined and restrained from causing or permitting the minor child of the parties to be removed from the state of Georgia. The only exception shall be for vacations or excursions. And you have to give 14 days advance notice to the opposing party of travel. So there's been no word. She hasn't said anything, but she's taking the child out of state. So this standing order is in place. Nobody had to ask for it. Tigger has to abide by it. She has to abide by it. And here she is taking the kids out of the jurisdiction. So back to the motion. So that's why he says she got no order from the court to do this, to move out or travel out of state with the minor child. Alicia owns 2 luxury SUVs, which are a Mercedes G-Wagon and a Range Rover that are both her separate property. The minor child, along with Alicia's 4-year-old daughter, are in the custody of the Department of Family and Children Custody, which has refused to allow petitioner to pick up the minor child. So when Alicia was arrested, after she takes the kids out of the Goddard School, she's picked up by Hart County, and she's picked up based on the Baltimore warrant. Like, if you're driving a vehicle that is registered in your name and you have an active warrant and you hit a police scanner, it'll alert. If somebody a BOLO is listed out on your vehicle because you're fleeing the jurisdiction, because I believe, and I was not able to find a copy of the warrant, but at the time she's arrested in Hart County, not only is she arrested for the Maryland case, but she was arrested for interference of custody with Tigger's child. Now, I've done some digging and I've asked around and I'm like, okay, so did Tigger drop a dime? Because how did this warrant get issued? Because guess what? After she got arrested in Hart County, the warrant on Tigger's child was dismissed. It said it was in error. So I don't know. He got some friends down there in Fulton County, I guess. I don't know. But anyway, so that warrant's going away and she's just in custody on Maryland's case. But that's what happened when she first got arrested. So the kids went into DFACS custody. Remember, I told you all earlier, just because DFACS takes the kids doesn't mean they automatically go into like a foster care situation. They look for another relative that they can place the kids with. At this point, Tigger's got a no contact order from the court for his criminal arrest, right? They also know that there's a pending TPO. He hasn't been served with it, but he's been ordered in a TPO to stay away from the kids. So they're like, we can't place the kids with you. So who's the next relative? Grandma. So they place the kids with Alicia's mother, who stays here in Atlanta. All right. So in support of this emergency motion, Tigger states the following: that she respondent, who's Alicia, attempted to leave the state with a minor child and without Tigger's consent or court order in violation of the domestic standing order. The party's 1-year-old son, he's almost 1, I believe. Is he 1 year? Oh, yeah, he is 1 now. I think he was born in like March 2025. So the party's 1-year-old son, as well as the respondent's 4-year-old daughter by another man, attended the Goddard School. On Sunday, July 5th, 2026, Alicia emailed the Goddard School at 7:16 a.m. that Friday. That she emailed them at 7:16 a.m. on July 5th, saying that Friday, July 10th, would be the minor child's last day, and requested all docs from both kids. Now, that exhibit is here. This is exhibit A. As I told you all at the start, I separated the exhibits from the motion so I can kind of go back and forth faster without scrolling up and down. So this is exhibit A. This is from the director of Sandy Springs Goddard School, July 6th. So this is like it's an email chain. And so this is the first email here on July 5th, 7:16 a.m. Felicia Brown. Do y'all recognize his email address? Do y'all recognize his email address? This is the same email address that she enrolled, allegedly, the missing child into Mill Creek High School, the 24-25 school year or 23-24 school year. She used the same email address. Okay, so now it's not a situation of that's not my email address. You're still using it. Okay, so good morning. I emailed a while ago about their last day. Their last day is Friday. Also, can you please send all docs from both kids so I can transfer their daycare? This is what she sent July 5th. The response to that was sent July 6th, 9:09. And this is sent to both parents. This is sent to Alicia and copying businessman, which I'm going to assume is Tigger. Thank you for emailing Mrs. Alicia. I hope you all had a great holiday weekend. This is right after the 4th. When time permits, can you please forward the other email over to me? I will use that date as your required 45-day notice of withdrawal per the enrollment agreement. We will miss these beautiful babies dearly. I know how important consistency is. So if you ever need anything and need to bring the babies back, please feel free to reach out. They have a lot of change going on at this time, and being in a familiar environment is paramount. Sending you my best. So they all up in the business. They know what's going on, right? It's like, look, these babies got enough going on because you posted all these videos online. Tigger been arrested. And so they're like, look, the babies need consistency. So if you need to bring them back, because they probably figured this is because of whatever this drama situation is between her and Tigger. So that's the response. If you scroll down, this is Human Resources said something on the July 6th in the evening saying, hello there. We spoke with all the teachers earlier this morning and no one was aware of anything. Then Alicia just left the school, mentioned that, oh, wait a minute, this just must be a response to something. Okay. So Big Tigger, after he sees the email on Monday, July 6th, 1:20, he responds to the school and says, I would appreciate if you could get some clarity. I'm trying to go to where this started. Okay, so let me go down some more so I can get this email chain. Okay, so that's from Alicia, and then they tell her the baby gonna miss the babies. And so Tigger says, when is last day and why? And They respond back to him and say, "Hi there, I just called the school to ask why, and nobody was aware before this email. I don't mind asking mom more detail, but she has not mentioned Xavier leaving before this." So this is HR for the Goddard School. That's who Tigger was like, "Hey, can you get more, like, what's going on?" Because mind you, at this point, he can't have contact with Alicia because he'd be in violation of his arrest order, his bond order from his arrest. So they respond back. He says, "I would appreciate if you could get some clarity." So basically reach out on my behalf because he can't have contact with her, which has to be like such, could you imagine that? Like, could you imagine you already taking leave from your job? You're already under this no further contact. You can't see your child because you've gotten this arrest. You've never been arrested before in your life, right? 32, 33 years in industry, squeaky clean. This is happening. Then you get an email that mom is withdrawing the kids. And he's like, okay, what is going on? Because you can't call her. So he's trying to get the school to act as a middle person and try to get more details for him. So they respond back, "Hello there. We spoke with all the teachers earlier this morning. No one was aware of anything. Then Alicia just left the school, mentioned that today was their last day, and took all the children's items." Remember, originally she said the 10th was going to be their last day, but this is the 6th, and she just came and snatches them out and asked for all their stuff. She told the email says she told the office staff that they were moving out of the area. Miss Anita mentioned that last week, which must be like a teacher at the school, that Alicia said it was their last month and dropped off diapers just this morning. Tigger, and that's the end of that email chain. So he is alerted on July 6th that she's saying, "I'm moving out of state." So I don't know what he does behind the scenes, what calls he makes to, but she is arrested before she can leave the state. That's all I can say. You can put 2 and 2 together. I put it together in my mind. I just don't have a way to verify. But what I imagine is happening is he's calling his lawyer. People are calling, and maybe that's how that warrant got issued, so they can kind of stop her from leaving the state. Although it got dismissed, it might have been some help, some inside help. I don't know, right? We just allegedly, but she's arrested this same evening. All right, so on Monday, July 6th, Alicia informed the office staff at the Goddard School that she was moving out of the area, that July 6th was the children's last day, and she abruptly withdrew the children early outside of the school's 45-day notice policy and took all of the children's items with her. As both parents are contacts on the children's files, Tigger was informed of this via email July 6th from the director of the Sandy Springs, Georgia Goddard School. And that's Exhibit B, and I already went through that. That was the second set of emails. Further, respondent provided no notice to Tigger, and Alicia sought no consent from Tigger directly or through counsel to withdraw their minor child. Moreover, Alicia sought no order from this court to travel or remove the minor child from this court's jurisdiction. So his attorney is trying to show how she's in violation of the standing order and why an emergency hearing needs to be granted. Because remember, Tigger can't get the kids even though they're in de facto custody because he has this no further contact from his criminal case and the pending TPO that he hasn't been served with. So her part 2 for this emergency motion was the arrest on July 6th for the Maryland warrants. And y'all, we already went over the Maryland warrants and we broke down how that investigation happened. The warrants issued June 30th, and boom, she's picked up July 6th. So on July 6th, Big Tigger learned that a warrant was issued July 1st, actually it was June 30th, for Alicia's arrest for felony parental abduction of her daughter that has been missing for 7 years. Alicia's missing daughter did not live with the parties. Like, his attorney, like, let's be clear, that child ain't live here. Because, you know, there was allegations in that warrant that they believe she was, we know she went to school at Mill Creek, which was in Gwinnett. So his attorney is just like, be clear, the missing daughter did not live here. Alicia was captured and arrested in Hart County, Georgia, after attempting to flee arrest, traveling northbound near the South Carolina line with the party's minor child and her 4-year-old daughter in the vehicle with her. The U.S. Marshals, Baltimore Police Department, and other law enforcement were involved in searching for Alicia's missing daughter and pursuing her for arrest. Alicia remains in custody. At the time this was filed, she was in custody in Hart County, but now she's in custody in Baltimore. But it says Alicia remains in custody and additional charges may be forthcoming regarding her actions involving the minor children who were present in her vehicle. So that's the second claim for why they need this emergency hearing. And they're asking for ticket to be granted sole use of the home and sole physical and sole legal custody of the minor child. It goes on to say section 3, they talk about the kids being in de facto custody. On the evening of July 6, 2026, Big Tigger received a number of profanity-laced texts from Alicia's other 13-year-old minor son, AB's phone that included, among other things, the fact that Alicia had been arrested. Now, y'all remember the Mr. Tigger, that is that person. That is the 13-year-old child that was in that video. That is who sent Tigger profanity-laced texts. Once Tigger was able to obtain information about the whereabouts of his minor child, Tigger was informed that his minor child and the 4-year-old daughter were in the custody of defects and that he would not be able to pick up his son. The text from AB's phone included one text that read, "That's why you can't see your son, BAN." I think y'all know what that means. Petitioner, who is Big Tigger, does not believe that AB sent the text, as the child does not speak that way, and the text appeared to be drafted by an adult, as AB was not one of the children with Alicia when she was fleeing the police heading northbound. It is Tigger's belief that AB was with his grandmother, who was Alicia's mother, and that she must be sending the text. But I'm gonna tell you that boy was behind his mom taping that video. He did remain respectful in that video by saying Mr. Tigger. But the point that his mama is locked up and she may be in telling him that that lockup is your fault, or he may feel that way, he definitely could have been sending you these texts saying that you would be AN. Like, yeah, okay, he's riding with his mama all the way on this, okay? So that is the third reason that she's arguing that they need this emergency hearing. Fourth reason is that Alicia sought to circumvent this court's authority and gain an unfair advantage in this divorce action by obtaining an ex parte TPO order based on false allegations, despite 5 different officers investigating the accident. Lonnie76 says he did start cussing in the video. You know what I'm saying? So I'm pretty sure that was him that sent those text messages. He was frustrated with them both. Right. Because we know that they had an argument. She got arrested September 29th. Was he there? Like, he wasn't there then. That's not in the reports, but I'm sure he was around, right? That's her child. And so then fast forward, we 8 months later, and it's still the same thing, still the same fight. Like, kids know what y'all are fighting about. Kids can hear through the walls, right? So he's tired of it. He's over it. Like, what is going on? So I definitely believe that it was the child that sent him those texts. So this is their fourth argument here. And it says that on May 9th, Alicia was injured after the parties fell to the floor when Alicia damaged Tigger's property and took his phone. Tigger transported Alicia to urgent care, which, as a mandatory reporter, reported the accident to authorities. Now, mind you, this is Tigger's attorney, right? So this is written in the view of Tigger's, what's best for him, right? So this is his point of view. So we already went through the warrant, and we know that urgent care said they called police because, one, the wife was not saying anything while she's sitting there with her head split open, and they're having to, it needs stitches, and it needed more than urgent care could do. She had to go to Grady. She's not saying anything, and they were not buying Tigger's story that she tripped and fell into a door. Because if that was what happened, why isn't she talking to corroborate that story? So there, it's not about them being mandatory reporters. I mean, these aren't kids. What are they mandatory reporters of? So this isn't that situation. No, this is a situation where they didn't believe the story, and so they called the police to investigate. That happens a lot. You go into someone comes into a hospital shot and they ask what happened, and then you say, oh, I tripped and my gun went off, and they're like, yeah, nah, we don't believe that. We're calling the police. Right. So, but every time somebody comes into the hospital, they don't always call the police. But if they don't believe that story, and especially if they thought domestic violence, it says in their report, that's why they called authorities. Okay. But this is a document that's written by Tigger's attorney. So of course it's going to be painted to paint him in the best light, right? This is his opinion about the case. So that's why the TPO is said false. When we read the warrant, we may not agree necessarily with all of these statements. All right. So she says that, urgent care is mandatory reporters. 3 Sandy Springs police officers came to urgent care May 9th, investigated the matter, spoke to the parties separately, and determined that respondents' injuries were from an accident at the party's home. Additionally, respondent did not call the police from petitioner's home where the accident occurred, did not report that any violence against her had occurred when interviewed by police at urgent care, and did not change her statement until after the divorce was filed and there was no hope of reconciliation with petitioner, who was a well-known public radio host across the U.S. We know this isn't all the way accurate, right? Because the divorce was filed June 11th, but the officer says the detective got the file June 8th and reached out to her and had her come in for a meeting on June 9th, right? So prior to filing for divorce, she gives a statement to the police. So that's not exactly correct, but we get what she's saying. It also must be noted that on May 10th, 3 Sandy Springs police came to petitioner's home for a follow-up from the May 9th urgent care visit, reviewed a video of the accident, and did not arrest petitioner. Yes, and that is true. That is stated in the warrant affidavit. On June 5th, respondent posted the injury she sustained on May 9th on social media with text that stated to ask her husband what happened to her, with handle of petitioner's co-host included within the statement. Remember that post? She posted it and she tagged Francesca in that statement. The post went viral due to Big Tigger's celebrity status as the host of his own radio show, The Big Tigger Show on B103, and his paid affiliations with well-known brands in the sports, beverage, law firm, marketing, and entertainment industries. Respondent then retaliated further by going to the police station and changing her statements via a second police report on June 8th in a concerted effort to get petitioner arrested. There was no pending investigation prior to respondent going to the police station 1 month later, as the matter had been closed. But we know from the report, the warrant, it wasn't closed, right? It was sent to a detective. He got it on the 8th, talked to her on the 9th. On June 20th, petitioner was arrested for aggravated assault with an additional charge of child cruelty, as respondent's second statement falsely added that her 13-year-old son was present in the home and could hear or see what happened. I will say the TPO did put a little 20 on 10 on Alicia's side, right? Because she says that AB witnessed the incident, and we know from the Ring camera and statements in the police report and the warrant that it was later alleged that Alex was upstairs, not that he witnessed this incident. So she did speak untruthfully in her TPO when she stated that. Tigger has denied these charges and made public statements regarding the same, denying the charges. The parties did not know the son was even in the house upstairs until a week later. So you see how this must have been done in a rush, right? Because up here you say that she made it up, saying that he was present in the home, but then you come back in the last statement is the parties did not know the son was even in the house upstairs until weeks later. So he was there. So she really wasn't being false by telling the police that he was present, because he was there. Thereafter, per court filings on June 24th, Alicia filed for a TPO where she falsely alleged, among other things, that Tigger was arrested May 9th, when in fact he was arrested 44 days after the May 9th incident. And she highlights and bolds this like it means something, but it actually doesn't. In criminal cases, this is not unusual at all. Unless a party is present when they come back to the home, as in Alicia's case back in September, and the officer is able to talk to both sides, view video evidence of the crime in that moment, rarely are people arrested the same day that a battery incident is. So this, 45 days after, it doesn't mean anything about the validity of the charges. She states what the TPO action number is. Respondent also alleged therein that petitioner and respondent have 2 kids under 18. I pointed that out when we reviewed the TPO, right? Because that's not correct. And she stated that she was seeking child support for them both. But her youngest daughter, who was the child of another man, was born years before the parties even met, and Alicia received child support for that daughter. So why are you asking for the judge to grant child support in a TPO for that 4-year-old from Tigger when that's 1, not his child, and 2, you're already getting support from that child's father? So as much as things could, it's just bad, right? It's just like, Alicia, what is going on? It's like, it's just a mess all over. So to date, Tigger has not been served with the TPO action, which is correct, filed by respondent, and this appears to be another successful attempt by Alicia for a salacious viral moment. To avoid any confusion and for the record, Alicia is the mother of 4 children, of which only 1 is the minor 1-year-old son she shares with respondent. Respondent names her 4-year-old AB, which has the same name of missing daughter. A little disjointed, but she's just trying to get it all in there, right? Because she wants the judge to grant this emergency hearing, because every minute that goes by, Tigger's child is been placed in foster care with the grandmother, and he's not able to get her. Okay, so I really think this definitely should have been left out because we have already seen Alicia's TPO where she talks about being forced to do this, and to actually include this as if it meant something. I think I would have just left this out of the document. It wasn't needed to get this hearing. But this is paragraph 5. She's arguing and talking about this apology letter that Alicia wrote that basically says that, apologize and says that Tigger didn't do anything. So on June 8th, respondent is going to be Alicia. She emailed Tigger's employer stating therein, I want to state, and we're going to, did she put everything? No, it's attached as Exhibit C. So I'm going to go to Exhibit C so we can go ahead and read that in its entirety. This, and everybody knew, like, once this was released, that it was just one of those, look, babe, I'm trying to save my job. Can you help me out? Can you write this statement to my employer and tell him I didn't knock you upside the head? Because technically he didn't, right? This wasn't a situation. That's what everybody assumed. When we saw the injury of her head, everybody thought Tigger punched her, had done something like that to her. But no, it was wrapping her up, which is still inappropriate, and trying to forcibly remove her from the office. Their force, I'm going to say both of their, his force, she fell into the door, and that's how she hit her head. So people started assuming one thing. He came off the air and he wanted her to issue this statement so he could save his job. So let's read through it. So this is from her email. That same email address that enrolled the missing child in Mill Creek High School was used to send this email. Okay. June 8th, 11:43 a.m. She sent it to Paul Diaz, Rick Caffey, and CC Big Tig on it. To whom it may concern, I am writing regarding recent media reports and online discussions involving my husband, Darian Big Tigger Morgan, and allegations that he physically abused me. I want to state clearly and unequivocally, and you always know, like, when they both do, right? So what Lonnie76 says, they both love the word unequivocally. Yes, because after we read her email, I'm going to play you Tigger's apology as well that he issued about the same time, and trying to, save his job and image. So the email says, I want to state clearly and unequivocally that my husband is not an abuser and has never physically abused me. During an emotional and deeply personal disagreement, I made the decision to release a video and related information while I was hurt and upset. In doing so, I did not fully consider how the content could be interpreted by others. Unfortunately, the release of that material has contributed to a false narrative that my husband intentionally harmed me or engaged in domestic abuse. That is not true. While people have drawn their own conclusions, those conclusions do not accurately reflect my position or my experience. I sincerely apologize for any confusion, concern, or disruption this situation may have caused for your organization and for the impact that public speculation has had on my husband's reputation. I regret that my actions contributed to misunderstandings that have now taken on a life of their own. This is a private marital matter that my husband and I are working through together. I respectfully ask that my statement be considered when evaluating the allegations currently circulating in the media and online. I am also working with an attorney to address the media and make it clear my husband is not an abuser. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Alicia Brown. Let's look again at these dates, people. This is June 8th. What happened on June 8th? The detective from Sandy Springs was sent the case. June 9th, the day after sending this email to V103, Alicia goes down to Sandy Springs Police Department and says, I'm ready to talk now. My husband, I was afraid he would do something to me. That's why I didn't say anything before. And he also made me send an email to his job saying that none of this happened. I want to talk now and tell you all what happened. And mind you, they had already had the Ring camera videos. So the reason there hadn't been an arrest was because they didn't have a cooperating victim. They had no statement from her. Now she provided a statement. The only previous statement was only from Tigger because while they were at the urgent care, Alicia said mute. Okay. So she sends this email June 8th, but goes down to the police station on June 9th and tells them what happens allegedly that caused her injury. Okay. So I think we can all, I think, you know, the fact that this email is written kind of probably should have been left out. So I'm going back to the motion. So she had started to kind of read the email. And then she says that the rest is copied and attached. So she says the entire email is Exhibit C. We just read that. Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. Let me pull the motion back up. So she says that Exhibit C was a total of 6 paragraphs therein, an apology. And she kind of quotes some of the apology. On June 12th, respondent, who is Alicia, made a public statement to a blogger that she never called her husband an abuser and that social media drew its own conclusions. And that's true. She didn't. She just said, ask my husband what happened to my face and tagged Francesca. So we're going to go back to exhibits. And the next one up is, it's going to be a series of social media influencers that the wife gave statements to. Lauren LaRosa, she is with the, what's that Charlemagne show? Breakfast Club. And so she says, just received a statement from Alicia Brown, the wife of Big Tigger. They are currently the focus of an alleged domestic dispute investigation following a video Alicia posted of her bruised face with the caption, someone asked my husband why my face happened. She says she never called her husband an abuser. This statement is kind of some of what she put in the email, so we're not going to go back through that. This is a picture of them. She's pregnant in this picture, so this is early on in their relationship. This is just the post, the social media post. This is a Jasmine Brand's post about it, saying Tigger's wife says she takes full responsibility for posting a video of her face, vows to tell her side. Okay, so let's go back to the motion. All right. The attorney says through another social media, Alicia publicly accused petitioner of having an affair with his new co-host on his show, who started working with him in late April with an official on-air date of May 11th. Respondent also demanded that Tigger not work with his new co-host and refused to accept Tigger's denial that he had not committed adultery with this new co-host. Despite having no evidence of adultery with the co-host, Alicia began a slur campaign on social media that also went viral, accusing Tigger. So it says petitioner began, but she meant respondent began a slur campaign that also went viral, accusing Tigger and the co-host of having an affair. The co-host not only denied Alicia's adultery allegations, of which the co-host's denial went viral, but the co-host has since filed suit against Alicia in the U.S. District Court for the Northern District of Georgia. Here's the case number, and I have that pulled up, for defamation, wherein the co-host includes promotional statements that Alicia made after the adultery allegations, where she appears to state that her statements were to promote an app that's in development titled He Said, She Said, and Now That I Have Your Attention, app loading. So those are allegations that Francesca raises in her defamation suit. Alicia hid Tigger's property despite police presence when he came back to retrieve his items. So remember, after his arrest for the aggravated battery, he had no further contact, but they were going to allow him to come back to the home one time with law enforcement officers to grab some of his belongings. This allegation here is discussing that. Now, let me go back. Is this the second paragraph file? Okay, so this is the second paragraph file. When I told y'all this was a rush motion because she was trying to hurry up and get this emergency hearing. So we got a double file. This should be 6. But it says respondent hid petitioner's property. So Tigger arranged to pick up his property with police presence on June 22nd, 2026. He arrived at the home that they shared I keep saying marital home because this is where they were staying when they were married, but it's Tigger's separate home that he owned already, but this is where they stayed when they were married in Sandy Springs. So Tigger arrives there with 2 Fulton County Sheriff deputies. Despite the same, Alicia refused to open the door and contacted Sandy Springs police. So he comes with Fulton. She's like, nah, I'm calling Sandy Springs, which is the city that the home sits in. It sits in the county of Fulton, but she probably like, no, these your friends. I'm finna call Sandy Springs. So, and make sure everything's good. I kind of don't blame her on that one. So Sandy Springs, they sent 2 police officers to the home. With 4 law enforcement officers present, Alicia interfered with Tigger's retrieval of his property by going into his home studio, removing and hiding his laptop elsewhere in Christmas decorations. When asked by law enforcement for the computer, Alicia lied and did not produce the laptop until video footage of her actions removing Tigger's property was shown to law enforcement. Because remember, he got these Ring cameras and he has access to them, so he's able just to pull it up on the phone and show what happens. So with petitioner only having a brief period of time to retrieve some clothing and other items, he fears that Alicia may have removed, damaged, hid, and destroyed his personal property, which includes his home studio, clothing, a shoe collection valued at $250,000 that he has amassed in his 30-year career in entertainment, collectibles, furnishings, sentimental items, and the home itself that was purchased in 2018. So he's like, Judge, I need this hearing because if we don't hurry up and do something, I'm afraid she's going to destroy all of my stuff, now that I've been put out. And then even more so now, though, she's locked up. So it's kind of like they're mentioning this to show her type of behavior because she could get a bond. We don't know what's going to happen with her case. She today still is in custody, but this was he doesn't know what's going to happen. So this is paragraph 6, should be 7. Respondents damaged petitioner's premarital property. So remember, Tigger still has access to all these cameras that he has throughout the home, so he's able to see what she's doing when he's not there. So video footage on different days, starting June 20th, which was the day that Tigger was arrested, from cameras outside of his home, show Alicia damaging the Ring cameras by hitting them until the cameras stopped functioning. A total of 12 cameras owned by Tigger prior to the marriage were damaged and likely destroyed as a result of Alicia's violent acts of hitting them until they stopped functioning, with one disturbing video of Alicia climbing out of the sunroof of her car where her 4-year-old was present on the inside. She gets on the top of her SUV, climbing out the sunroof, and hitting one of the cameras at the gate of Tigger's home until it goes offline. This girl is psycho. I'm kind of like Tigger now. You are psycho. Like, this is crazy. You got the kid, you doing all this in front of your child. He's been arrested on the 20th, but you're jumping up on stuff and damaging the cameras at this time. So petitioner counted the number as a total of 10 cameras, but in fact it's 12, and they are likely destroyed due to her violent behavior and disregard of expensive premarital property. Petitioner filed a warrant application and affidavit with the magistrate court. Remember, I told you that there was another warrant, a hearing for a warrant requested for Alicia. That is this application hearing here. So he filed for it in magistrate court on June 26th, and here's the case number. We're going to go to that, but let me explain what that is. So when police investigate a case, sometimes they're not able to tell who's at fault, who's really the aggressor. Sometimes just one of those cases, they're like, you know what, we can't determine that anybody should be arrested, but if you want to still proceed with the case, you can go down and file for a warrant application hearing. Or if there's an issue between private citizens and you don't want to involve the police, but you want to file for a warrant, you want a judge to hear it, you can file for this application for a warrant. They'll mail the other party notice of that. You'll have a hearing before the judge. It'll kind of be like Judge Judy, where it's like you're just there on each side, presenting to the judge what your arguments are. And if the judge finds probable cause after that hearing, she can issue an arrest warrant for the respondent in that case. So that is what Tigger is doing in this case. He has filed for the judge to issue a warrant, and I'm gonna pull up that application for you all to view. Let's go back. See if I can make this tad bit bigger. All right, so it's kind of, it's kind of a hard to read document, but it's the Magistrate Court of Fulton County warrant application and affidavit. Tigger filed for this against Alicia. He put her information here. You have to kind of give a description. Female, brown. She's 5'2", weighs 150. She's got a tattoo on her back. When I saw that, I said, what? Not a tramp stamp. I was like, not her showing out. Like, she has all the classic red flags, right? So what he alleges happened is that June 20th to the 21st, Alicia damaged 10 cameras. And so this is what his attorney is correcting in the motion. She said he thought it was 10, but it was actually 12 at the property, which was purchased before the marriage, including a camera at the gates, 3 outdoor ring floodlights, a spotlight camera, ring indoor camera, a battery doorbell cam, and 3 outdoor cameras. So his property is very secure. And basically when Tigger got arrested, she ran around destroying all of the cameras. So that is the allegation for his hearing. And I'm trying to see if it's in this document. This hearing, this warrant application has been scheduled for court for August 4th. That's next Tuesday. I unfortunately have 3 other hearings of my own, so I will not be in attendance, but I will be there Monday for the temporary hearing and on the divorce and some other hearings we're gonna get to. But so that's something pending. If it's granted, then she will have another warrant that she has to deal with whenever she is released from Maryland's custody. Okay. Go back to the motion. Y'all, told y'all this was crazy. I never knew that this is like opening Pandora's box. Like, it's so much going on in this case. It's crazy. So this says that he filed for that warrant application. Tigger fears that additional damage to his premarital home and other premarital property awaits him at his premarital home and may continue if and when Alicia is released from custody and allowed to return. This next paragraph, respondent's actions regarding petitioner's dog. Okay, so on June 22nd, this is 2 days after Tigger was arrested, because remember, he's arrested in order to stay away from the home. I'm not quite sure why his attorney didn't mention this dog during that criminal case, because this could have been a condition of his bond when you got to go back and get your stuff, that you went back and got your dog, right? It should have been a no-brainer, but it wasn't mentioned for whatever reason. And so this is the first time I see anything about a dog mentioned in any of the filings. So his attorney says that on June 22nd, Alicia, in the presence of law enforcement, agreed that Tigger could send his dog's trainer to the home to retrieve the dog and board the dog the following day with an agreed upon time between 11 and 11:30. The trainer arrived 15 minutes early. Despite this agreement, Alicia failed to open the door during the agreed upon time period, did not allow the trainer to go get the dog, and she removed the dog from the home as the air tag on the dog's collar still pinged that the dog was at the home. So she took the air tag off the dog and took the dog somewhere. Tigger's dog, Max, is highly trained and familiar with the trainer and the trainer's assistant, who knocked at the door at 2 separate doors, called out for the dog, and remained on site for over 45 minutes trying to pick up the dog as agreed, and pursuant to costs, petitioner paid for the dog to be picked up. Yeah, sentence is crazy, but basically what she's saying, Tigger paid for this to happen and it didn't happen. Alicia wouldn't cooperate, even though she agreed in front of the cops that he can come get his dog. Petitioner's dog, Max, was missing with an air tag that did not move from his home for several days. Max was missing for 4 days. Alicia did not respond to repeated calls and texts from the trainer regarding Max, who was microchipped. The trainer searched animal control resources and reported to petitioner that Max had been picked up by Fulton County, supposed to say the animal control, and identified via a scannable microchip. Max was retrieved from the animal shelter by the trainer, who took pictures of Max and reported that Max was limping on his left side, left leg, with bruises, and Max suffered from dehydration and diarrhea and had noticeable discomfort when attempting to urinate. Blood was found in Max's stool as well. Isn't that horrible? Like, what did she do with this dog for 4 days? Well, she just let the dog go. It looks like she took the Apple tag off the dog and just let the dog go. The dog is picked up by Fulton County Dog Animal Control and found 4 days. He's alerted about this 4 days later. This is horrible. Petitioner did not send anyone else to pick up the dog, and petitioner suffered emotional distress regarding his missing dog and from the condition in which Max was found. That's so sad. Tigger needs access to his home studio to work and to care for his son if the court grants him temporary custody. Tigger's home has a custom home studio that he needs to work, record, and produce content and earn income. He has been off the air since being wrongly arrested, and he needs exclusive access to his premarital home and home studio to earn income and work, especially considering that he pays all the bills at his home. Most importantly, petitioner also needs exclusive rights, access, and possession of his home for the care of the minor child, especially after being present in the vehicle with Alicia when she was arrested, abruptly taken out of school, and now having not had any contact, love, and affection from his father, who was instrumental in his care and involved with everything from school pickups, feeding and bathing his son, taking his son to healthcare providers, and spending quality time teaching and loving his son. Ooh, that was a long sentence. Additionally, Tigger having exclusive access would alleviate the expenses he is incurring for living outside of his home and the boarding expenses associated with his dog Max, who would be brought back to the home. So sorry, y'all. I usually put that on. Oh, it's on Do Not Disturb, but that was on somebody come through. Sorry. Prior to being arrested, petitioner went to a hotel for several days to get away from respondent due to the volatility and unpredictability of Alicia at the marital home, where they had agreed they were y'all, she wrote this really quick. Okay, so this sentence is tore up, but basically she's saying prior to being arrested, Tigger went to a hotel for several days to get away from Alicia due to the volatility of their relationship in the home, but they agreed that they were going to share equal custody of the child. So mind you, she's talking about a time period prior to Tigger being arrested on June 20th. Okay, he filed for divorce June 11th, so this is that time period in between that. The parties via text had agreed to an alternating 2-week custodial schedule involving the minor child. Upon Alicia complaining that she did not want the party's nanny to be at the hotel while Tigger went to work prior to school opening, because, during his 2 weeks, you're responsible for everything with the child. So if it's childcare, daycare, babysitting, whatever, you got to arrange that. So he had arranged for the nanny to come to because he has to be on the air early in the morning. So he had arranged for the nanny to come to the hotel until the child's school opened, and then the nanny would take the child there. But Alicia's like, no, I don't like that. And so so then Tigger gave her the location of the hotel so that, she could come over and be with the child while he had to go to work. And that is when she told the police where he was, and that's how he got arrested. Shady. Okay, so she's like, oh, I'm not comfortable with that. And he's like, all right, this is the hotel. Here you go. Boom. That's how he gets arrested on June 20th. Okay. They also raised allegations of Alicia's constant social media posts and comments have caused Tigger to lose income. They say from blogs to television to print media, stories and posts regarding Alicia's false allegations and her comments to posts have been viral for weeks across the U.S., along with media about her missing child. To date of filing this, which was July 7th, one brand has chosen to disassociate itself with Tigger until this matter is resolved. Such disassociation has cost Tigger a loss of income, and petitioner fears that other brands could follow. She talks about how Alicia's in violation of the domestic standing order, by which she already kind of went into this about how she took the kids out of the school. Let me see. Yeah, we already went over how she violated that, but that's the last allegation. So I'll read. She says that Alicia's abrupt withdrawal of their minor child from the Goddard school and informing the school that they were moving, coupled with her attempt to flee Georgia with the minor child before being arrested shy of the South Carolina line, was intentional, willful, and in direct violation of this court's domestic standing order, specifically paragraph 3. And we already read over that. This is like a double paragraph. So she prays that the following emergency relief is granted. She states that Alicia's actions are erratic, damaging, and not in the best interest of the children, especially the minor child, referencing Tigger's child. Tigger seeks temporary physical custody and sole legal custody with final say of the minor child, including the right to re-enroll the child in the Goddard school, where the child has been happy, educated, and well cared for by the staff. Further, Tigger requests a separate immediate order for defects and any other person or entity that may now have possession of his minor son to release the child to him instanter, which is immediately. Petitioner also seeks exclusive possession, control, and rights to petitioner's premarital home. That's the home in Sandy Springs. All the furnishing, his vehicles, which include this Cadillac Escalade, this 05 Escalade they fighting over. That Alicia sought in her falsified TPO, despite the fact that she owns a G-Wagon and a Range Rover that she attempted to flee the state in. Tigger asks that Alicia be held in willful contempt of the domestic standing order and that sanctions be assessed against her. Tigger further asks that the court reserve ruling on replacement costs of any other personal property that Alicia may have damaged or destroyed, excluding damages for the Ring cameras, which are party of a separate criminal action, until he can assess and get replacement costs. It has been, so basically she's saying, like, address this in an emergency, but give me a second to gather all of the receipts and see what all the damages are before you rule on this issue, but we still want the hearing on everything else. It has been necessary for Tigger to bring this emergency motion to the court's attention, and therefore he requests attorney's fees, costs and expenses, reimbursement costs associated with the dog being boarded, reimbursement costs for withdrawal and for re-enrolling the child in Goddard School, and repair cleanup fees associated with any damage or unreasonable condition to which Alicia is feared to have left his home. As Alicia is a well-paid business owner and cyber expert with her own business and staff. Okay. So she ain't all the way crazy, right? Alicia has the income and financial resources to pay the attorney fees and other monetary relief petitioner seeks herein. Petitioner prays this court orders the relief petitioner seeks after an emergency hearing, and that the court grants, stuff in the best interest and welfare of the minor child. This is filed July 7th by Precious Anderson, and the judge actually did grant an emergency hearing on this. I believe it was held on July 10th. So let me come to the comments. What are y'all thinking? Right. Tyler Swanson 2817 says, so sad. It is. This is very unfortunate. Like, this is somebody I don't believe that he's known a total of 2 years yet. They haven't been married 8 months. There was a battery arrest of the wife a few weeks prior to their marriage. I don't even know if the wedding was like something that was publicized and a big deal and invitations went out to, because you would think, right, if that's the case, they would have had to have sent invitations and stuff out by September 29th when she got arrested, and they were arguing over their living arrangement. So I don't think this was like one of those big weddings, a celebrity wedding or anything like that. I think they just got married, and maybe I seen your comments earlier. People were talking about he did it because of the child. Probably so. He doesn't have any kids or anything. So, probably so. So let me pull up. So that emergency hearing is filed on July 7th, that motion, and the judge actually has a hearing on July 10th. So when Alicia's arrested, these 2 kids are in the car. They actually have a defects hearing as well that I believe occurred, I want to say like July 11th or 3rd, sometime in that week as well. And there was testimony at that hearing by Alicia via Zoom as she was in the Hart County Jail. And then they had a hearing before Judge Benson in Fulton County, which is a judge that's hearing that divorce. I want to just show you a couple more documents. So when they have this emergency hearing, let me go to it. The judge grants it and issues an order. Oh, let me see where this order is. Okay. And shout out to the chat. We got 44 in the chat. We've been on 4 hours. Oh my God, this time has flown by. Okay, so we're gonna wrap this up soon. Wild. But that's just how much is going on in this case, y'all. So the judge had that hearing on July 10th for this emergency motion that was filed on the 7th. And this is the order from that hearing. So the judge heard the hearing. At this hearing, I can tell you that Alicia appeared via Zoom from Hart County with her attorney in person for the first half of the hearing and on Zoom for the second half. Alicia's grandmother was there. She did testify. I will tell you that it looks like their game plan is that they're trying to implicate Tigger in this kidnapping of this child. Not saying that he was involved, right? Because he didn't know them in 2019, but trying to act like he kind of was aware of the child's whereabouts during this time. The hearing was open to the public. So, there was some deputies in there. There was some court staff people in there. And at the next hearing on this coming Monday, Fit's going to be in there. Okay. So I'm going to have this word from the horse's mouth. But there was said that grandmother, which is Alicia's mom, testified at this hearing, because there was another YouTuber that was talking about this, and that the grandmother, there was questions presented by Tigger's attorney, like, because they're trying to get to the bottom of it too. Like, where is this missing child? Because I don't know if Tigger was aware. He may have been aware of the child's existence, right? But not that she was a kidnapped child and missing, right? That clearly wasn't. I can't believe that was presented to him. But the question was posed to grandma, like, who else stays in your house? Like, who else lives in your home? And she's like, nobody. And they're like, oh, does a child live? Like, does your oldest granddaughter stay there? And she's like, no. And the judge kind of jumps in and is like, when's the last time you've seen the oldest grandchild? Y'all are not going to believe what she said. Grandmama said last month, on the record, she said she's seen that child last month. Judge says, where did you see the child? She says, at his house, as in Big Tigger. So I don't know if that's true or not. That's what's being testified to in court. He is not implicated anywhere in this warrant. So don't take that. Take this to mean that I think they're scheming and trying to implicate him in this case because, Alicia wants her way as well in this divorce. and she's a cyber expert. And so she's already been able to give the oldest child allegedly an alias that she enrolled this child in the email address. And that email address and that warrant is the same email address that we have seen in Precious filing for this emergency motion, showing that Alicia was communicating with the Goddard School about removing those kids. So she's using this same email address allegedly that was used to enroll the kidnapped child at Mill Creek High School. Okay, so that is that. All right, so let me go back. Where are we at? So this is the order on the emergency motion. So what did the judge find? The judge says that this above style action came before this court at 9 a.m. on Friday, July 10th, pursuant to a Rule 9 side that was issued on the 8th. So the motion was filed on the 7th. The judge gets it on the 7th. It's at like 5 o'clock on the 7th. So the judge gets it on the morning of July 8th, and she reviews it, and she's like, oh yeah, I need to do an emergency motion on this. So she issues a hearing date for Friday. So they come in and have this hearing. It says that Tigger was in person with his attorney. Alicia appeared remotely via Zoom from Hart County Jail, while her counsel was there in person and after recess via Zoom. The father's criminal defense, I'm reading the footnote. The father's criminal defense attorney, Gabe Banks, also attended the hearing in person regarding his pending criminal charges. Simone Hilton, y'all remember her from the YSL case. She's the DA with the Fulton County DA's office. She also made a brief appearance at the hearing via Zoom regarding the father's pending criminal case. Okay, and that is the case where Tigger was charged with aggravated battery against Alicia. The judge says, after considering the evidence presented, testimony of the parties, testimony of the minor child's maternal grandmother, Allison Ragland, argument of counsel, and the applicable law, this court finds that exigent circumstances exist concerning the welfare of the child and finds it necessary to enter this order as follows. When presented with an emergency motion, the court must decide whether good cause is shown to grant an immediate hearing and emergency relief pursuant to the court rules 6.7, Uniform Superior Court Rules 6.7. Based on the record, the findings of fact, and the evidence presented, this court finds that good cause has been shown and emergency relief is necessary to protect the best interests of the party's minor child and address the minor child's needs pursuant to 1993. Accordingly, this court enters this order only addressing sole legal and physical custody of the minor child and possession of the residence in Sandy Springs. All other issues contained within the TPO and the emergency motion shall be reserved for later adjudication, which will be Monday. Okay? The court's ruling in consideration and application of OCGA 1993, this court finds that it is in the best interest to award immediate temporary custody of the minor child, which is Tigger's child, a male born in 2025 to Big Tigger. The father shall have sole legal and physical custody with sole decision-making authority and sole physical custody of the minor child until further order of this court. Father had already received custody of the minor child from the grandmother's residence prior to the hearing on July 10th, because remember I told you they had a defects hearing. So at the defects hearing, all the daddies got their babies back except the missing child's dad. So the 4-year-old went back with her dad. Tigger was awarded his child, and they all had to go to the maternal grandmother's residence to pick up their kids. Mother is incarcerated in Hart County, and she may be extradited to Baltimore, Maryland on warrants. Mother had withdrawn the children from daycare on a permanent basis and was leaving the state when she was arrested in Hart County, Georgia, without any consultation or discussion with Tigger. Tigger had no prior notice that Alicia was taking the child and relocating. Tigger shall have immediate sole use and possession of the home in Sandy Springs, including sole access to the camera, security system, and home gate. Separate orders were entered in the father's pending criminal case, modifying his bond, because if you all remember, his bond condition was no further contact with Alicia and he couldn't go back to the home. So they modified that due to this emergency hearing here. You heard Gabe Banks was present and asked for that to occur, and the judge did that as well. She also amended the ex parte protective order. We'll look at that. You remember the TPO that Alicia applied for? The judge granted her a temporary restraining order. Well, that said that she got sole use of the home. She got the car, the Escalade. She got the keys. She got the kids. Well, the judge is now changing that, right? She's in custody, so she can't have any of that. And the child needs to be with a parent. So the judge is amending that to say, no, the term shall be consistent with this order. And that is Tigger having sole legal and physical custody of the kids. She scheduled a hearing for July 4th. Well, she's saying that the original scheduled hearing on July 14th is canceled as moot because they've addressed this temporary hearing here. And she's rescheduled a 60-day status conference for September 1st. That is still on the books. The parties shall exchange mandatory discovery by August 1st. And the issues regarding ownership of this Escalade shall be reserved until the temporary hearing on August 19th. I can tell you that that's been moved up to August 3rd, which is Monday. So all of that will be addressed on Monday. But it tells like Tigger don't sell or trade the vehicle until a further order of this court. The issue of the issue of Tigger's attorney's request for attorney's fees, that's been reserved. And this court serves notice upon the parties that the court may rely on evidence at this hearing or any temporary hearing in making its final determination, meaning everything you say can be used at any part in this case. So, just know that when you come in here and present things at your hearing. So that was the order from the temporary hearing. And as also stated, remember, the judge amended the TPO, and it just says the same thing, that they should come to court in August, and that basically Tigger gets the home back again. He doesn't have to stay away from his child. But he still, can't go back around Alicia. As I stated, Gabe Banks was also at this hearing on July 10th. So that morning, he filed an emergency motion to modify Tigger's bond conditions. I thought it was, is this the hearing? He says this. Let me see. He talks about, Tigger's arrest on June 20th. The bond condition said he had to stay away from the home. Well, guess what? That she's locked up now, so he needs to go back into the home. And so they talk about mom's arrest and how Tigger had originally purchased this home. And so they asked that while she's in custody, basically his bond be modified. And the judge, as we already read in that order, she basically did all of that. And there was a motion to consolidate the cases filed. So both attorneys, Gabe Banks, Precious Anderson, filed motions to consolidate like the TPO, the divorce case, all of that to be heard by one person, and the criminal case. So I don't know if that's going to happen with the criminal case, because that's usually not how criminal cases are done. But for the bond conditions, Judge Benton did address them and adjust them because she had already given him custody of the child in the home in the temporary emergency hearing. So you kind of got to make all of the orders be consistent. So it did consolidate for that purpose, but I don't necessarily know if it's going to stay consolidated. So we're almost to the end of this thing, y'all. So they got a hearing on Monday. All of this, like what's going to happen with the child, because this was an emergency hearing, right? So the judge going to say on a temporary basis what's going to happen. And since Alicia is still in custody with no bond, the things are going to stay status quo. They're going to stay how they are, right? Because she can't get custody because she's still in custody in jail on her kidnapping case, and there's no telling when she will get a bond. Let's see. Adore Moore says she's a cyber expert. Why does she need the physical phone? Right. You would think that she could do some type of cloning of the phone and she would see every message that was coming in. Why does she keep fighting over this phone? Like, it seems like at one point she just would have cloned it and been able to see exactly what was on the phone, since she is a cyber expert. My 4 Girls 363 says the best thing Tigger can do is say that he knows the oldest child as the other name. Yeah, but and not as the missing Aaliyah Brown, right? But he, the dad said that he called and tried to warn Tigger in his interview with Tasha K, but he was blocked. He called his people because, of course, this dad has been looking for his child since 2019. So anytime he got wind of her being in a new location, new relationship, he would reach out to try to see if he could find his child, just like he had reached out to the father of the 4-year-old. He referenced in his interview knowing that dad and being in contact with him. Let's see. We are winding down as I am closing out documents over here. Okay, that was that. So the last two things that have happened are big that we haven't discussed is that Big Tigger's criminal attorney, Gabe Banks, filed a subpoena. Let me see when this was filed. What date? On July, looks like 21st. He sent a subpoena and filed it saying that, let me pull this up so you can see it, requesting all of her jail phone calls, including calls to whoever this number is, 401, I don't know whose number that is, but by Alicia Brown between June 1st through the present. Okay, so she wasn't arrested until July 6th, but basically just covering everything. So all phone calls that she's made through the jail, you know, they're recorded, right? If you ever talk to anybody in jail, it always gives you this announcement that the calls are recorded. No one is actively listening to the calls as you're talking then. They're stored on a database. And so you'll usually have like an inmate PIN number that you can use to make the call. So if they want to pull your calls, they just use your PIN number and pull up all the calls associated with that, and they're able to get the jail calls. Even if you try to use somebody else's PIN number, if they get a number to somebody, like say they could search Tigger's number, they could search her attorney's number, they could search a different the grandmom's number, her son Alex's number, they could search that database by the numbers you're calling and still pull the calls that way, because sometimes inmates will try to use somebody else's PIN number to talk to people they're not supposed to if they're in custody, but they can still figure that out as well. So his attorney is asking for these calls. Now I can imagine he's trying, because also when people first get locked up, that's when you talk the most, right? Your first call is to somebody like, can you believe I got locked up for this? Da, 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 da. So they're trying to see, what is she talking about on those calls? What is she saying? Is she speaking about anything about trying to set up Tigger? Is she talking to somebody that says, do this so I can set up Tigger? Or, you know, is she talking to anybody about the incident? So his attorney wants those calls so he can see, you know, what she's talking about, to see if it can be of any use in the criminal case that Tigger has pending against him to get it dismissed, right? Because we saw the ring camera when he's kind of bear hugging her, try to get her out of the room. That's when she falls into the door and gets this massive injury to her head that disfigures her, because she still has markings today. And so his attorney is like, give me those jail calls. Well, when he files that, the DA is like, whoa, 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 whoa. They're like, hold on. So they actually file and request who filed this? Hold on, before I misspeak. Right. Yes. This is filed by Alicia's attorney. So Alicia's attorneys are fighting against this subpoena because they're like, wait a minute. I mean, true, like they really can't stop him from getting the jail calls, you know, that are there, because you get this recorded message, you notify that they're being recalled. So it's not this expectation of privacy, right? There's a criminal case, she's the victim, so possibly it could contain evidence that'll help in the case, right? But here her attorneys are like, hold on, we need a protective order. Wait a minute, judge. We talked to her doing those jail phone calls. So before you just go allowing him to subpoena to Hart County all the phone calls, we need some things done. First, don't do it. They're like, don't grant this. And secondly, they're like, if you do issue the subpoena, they're saying, let's just read through it right quick. It's not that long. So it says that Tigger served a copy of subpoena for production of evidence on wife's counsel on July 21st. And I just showed you all that was attached. The subpoena was not addressed to any party, but by reading it, you can determine that they're likely going to send this to the Hart County Sheriff. The wife is currently incarcerated in the Hart County jailhouse, and she can only presume that such subpoena is addressed to that sheriff and seeks her recorded phone calls. Wife respectfully moves this court to issue a protective order pursuant to 911-26C1, or in the alternative to modify the subpoena, so that any recorded communication of the wife's communication with any of her present attorneys, which are privileged, not be produced by Hart County sheriffs until such time as this court can resolve this motion and have a third party appointed to screen the calls to separate them out. The wife asks that Hart County Sheriff's Office not produce any recordings. In addition to this pending action, the wife has counsel for a pending criminal case in Maryland and also a civil case in federal court. So like she's talking to all 3 attorneys. So they're like, we need to screen them not just for our calls, but all her attorney calls so we can make sure you don't get that. Here they list the legal authority of why the protective order should be granted. Wife shows that the jail call recordings husband seeks likely contain brief calls between wife and her counsel. And OCGA 245501 provides that such communications between wife and her legal counsel should be excluded from evidence and certainly from husband and his counsel. And they start to go reference a Burns v. State as a case that they go into that talks about this. And I mean, it kind of seems like that's common sense. Like you don't get the attorney conversations because attorney-client privilege says that those are confidential. And sometimes there are ways that attorneys can set up a private profile on these jail sites and stuff, and your calls won't be recorded at all. And so, but it takes time to kind of set up. And so when she first got arrested, maybe that process wasn't set up. And so therefore they had to talk to her the best way they could. And so that's what they're fighting against. So this also will be heard at the hearing that is coming up on Monday. Okay. So Fit will be in the building to go to be in person for that hearing on Monday. And I will come back and tell you all the tea. Okay. You can't take cell phones in or laptops or anything like that unless you're media, but I don't need it. If anyone tuned into my live from the Diddy trial, I took handwritten notes that were damn near as good as the stenographers. Okay. So I can write fast, right? So definitely tune in because I will update you all after this hearing. J. Adora Moore says a private detective could have found the child in a week based on relationships, proximity, and movement. Only problem with that was, and probably so, right, because they're going to be dedicated, paid. It's going to be the only case they're working. So they're going to have more resources and more time to dedicate. But you would have had to know the alias, right? Because she is not listed under Leah Brown. And what the mom did was she actually gave the 4-year-old the same name as the missing 17 older child, so that if you did start searching for Leah Brown, yeah, you find her and you'd be like, oh, well, she's 4. This can't be the missing child. Like this can't be her because she's only 4. So she did that to try to trick the system, right? So whatever this alias is, you would kind of have to know that. But yes, you're right. Once the detective in Baltimore was given that alias name, June 8th, boom, that's how he was able to solve the case. He was able to put that alias into databases and start seeing that, wow, she had been enrolled in school. He did a Google search warrant for the email address that we saw that she uses, right? So he was able to track it. So yes, had they had that alias name, they could have found this a lot faster. Chicken Chow Main 77 says the Fit Lawyer ATL must have a lot of energy and a lot of love of the law. She's a practicing attorney with her own cases, full calendar, and she takes time to do this too. Yes, I am. And that's why this is so detailed. And that's why I don't really cover a story until I can get this kind of stuff, right? I don't like to get into the he say, she say, what does the audio say, all that stuff that's kind of going on in the Nolan Wells case right now. Give me the facts, give me the documents, let me do the digging, let me read that kind of stuff. And that's what I can break down and bring to you all. So thank you so much for enjoying the content. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Jador Moore says, great job, Sword. Thank you so much, Sword, for tuning in. Tyler Swanson 2817 says, thanks for the update, sis. Jador Moore says, diabolical. Mr. Tigger didn't have a chance at all, right? He's dealing with this chick. Cybersecurity, like she had already been, if y'all are just tuning in or tuned in late, please go back to the beginning. I'm going to chop it up though, so you can kind of tap in where you can get in. But we went over everything, how this lady had Tigger just simply Googled her name in Maryland, an arrest would have come up from 2014 when she left the missing child in the car when that child was 4 for 8 hours to go in the casino when it was 3 degrees outside on New Year's Eve. And so, she was arrested September 29th prior to them even getting married for battering Tigger, and he still married her. He filed for divorce in February of 2026 and dismissed it right after. And now he's filed again in June 11th. And it's just been a TPO, an emergency motion, like all this back and forth. He is now off air, not because he's been fired, but he's taking leave. So he just kind of get all this stuff cleared up. It's so messy, right? He's got court. He's got a warrant application hearing on August 4th, court August 3rd. It's just a lot going on. So there is one last document, and, you know, it's been a long time. So I'll probably come back and go through this document when we do the follow-up after court, but I just want to show you all so you can know actual factual. This is Francesca's Amaker's defamation lawsuit against Alicia Brown in federal court. It's for real. Like, it's going down. So there has been no hearings in this case yet. Alicia has been granted additional time to file an answer. She was served, I don't think she was served until she was in custody. So she's got some time to answer this. So we will not go, because this is 30 pages, okay? So we're not going to do that tonight, but I will come back and address that. Oh, where did I go? I will address that when we do a follow-up after the hearings on Monday, okay? So it has been a pleasure going through this. I hope it has been informative, that you've learned a lot, that you understand now. Keep your hands to yourself. If you got a girl and she's find you trying to get through your phone, tearing up your stuff, you need to call 911. Keep your hands to yourself. Yes, Chicken Chow Mac says there's more G's. Yes, it's a whole 30-page federal document. Alicia is being sued, and we know she got some money. She got a Range Rover, a G-Wagon. She owns a property in Forsyth. She owns an apartment somewhere else in Atlanta. Well, not own an apartment, but she leases an apartment in Atlanta. She has her own cybersecurity business with employees. So this is not she ain't a scrub, right? So she definitely has money to pay for legal fees. She's hired the Kessler firm to represent her in her divorce. She has attorneys represent her in federal court, and she has another set of attorneys representing her on the case in Maryland. She is still in custody in Maryland. Her bond was denied on July 24th, so I don't know when she'll get another hearing, but she will be appearing Monday at the hearing via Zoom. That's how she's been appearing for these other calendars, is via Zoom. So I can imagine it will be the same for Monday as well. We will be following this story throughout, so stay tuned and tap back in. I'm also waiting on Carmelo Anthony's case, the state's motion. If I can remember correctly, he was sentenced on June 9th. They had 30 days to file the motion for new trial. It was filed July 7th. And so 30 days from there would get us to like August 6th. So next week, the state should be filing their answer or their response motion to the defense's motion for new trial. We will cover that. I will also be in Texas for the actual motion for new trial and the motion to recuse later on in this month in August. So I will come live from Collins County to report to you on that. And when there are official breaks, meaning arrest warrants or something like that in the Nolan Wells case, we will tap in and review those documents. So this is Legally Speaking with Fit. I hope you all really enjoyed the show. We'll be back. I've been back on live a little more now. As someone else stated, I am a practicing attorney here in Atlanta, Georgia, 20 years now, criminal defense and personal injury. So if you get arrested or charged with any type of crime, or you are involved in a slip and fall or a car accident, give us a call, theadamsfirm.com, and we can take care of you. And yeah, when I can, I gather my facts and I come out and I come and teaching you all and giving you updates. Everyone loved the Carmelo Anthony live that we did on the motion for new trial. I chopped it up. So if you haven't checked that out, go back and check that out. And stay tuned. So like, share, and subscribe, and turn your notifications on so you don't miss anything. Thank you so much for being in the building. Thank you so much for my mods that were here, Kia Elder, Jersey Trey Girl, and she's actually in Baltimore and maybe attending some hearings. So we may do some little collabing when Alicia starts getting her Baltimore hearings. And shout out to the J Witt podcast who kicked us off with a $10 super chat, saying it's the Daily Fit Fun starter kit because he's trying to get me on YouTube daily. So I don't know about that yet, Jay Witt. I don't know about that yet, but thank you so much for the support. Thank you all so much for tuning in, and I'll see you in court.